Well, council members, good morning. It's 9 o'clock. As you can hear, we're just finishing up a couple of preparation tips for today. It is day 7 of the hearing. And as usual, we start out the day with some optimism that we might get a lot more done than is actually on the schedule. And then we'll be overcome by events as usual as well. So this morning we have Bryn Guthrie, and we'll swear her in shortly. Then we're gonna, I hope, start on the visual impacts witness from the Apostle cross-exam testimony that Tri-Cities Cares is presenting today. There are some new exhibits that are coming in for visual things. And if you overheard, we may have some evidentiary objections. So bear with us as we get started on that testimony. And then Mr. Polis, another witness regarding visual impacts, is going to start his testimony today. And I think there's some optimism rather than carrying over to Friday morning, we may have that taken care of as well. Other items that you should be aware of, Mr. Jerry Meninick is going to testify tomorrow. He's on the schedule there as a time to be determined. And Councilmember Wallahy, Yakima Nation is going to reach out to him this afternoon and see whether he can be rescheduled to Friday. But there's also a possibility that we'll be setting up, as you've been requested for your September availability, a supplemental hearing of a few hours, not a full day, but whatever time we think we need. And that may be the time where Councilmember Wallahy is able to provide testimony in person rather than simply relying on the written pre-filed testimony that's in the packets that everybody received. So that's sort of where we're setting things up. And I believe council members may have a small deliberative type session, informational session at the end of this morning, just so we can bring you up to speed on where plans are for scheduling deliberations and anything else we need to know before the end of the formal adjudicative hearing tomorrow. And get any procedural questions you might have on what we do after tomorrow, waiting for post-hearing briefs and the rest of those kind of things. All right, so let me have somebody formally call the roll so we know who's here, and then I'll ask you about the any ex parte disclosures or contacts you may have had between yesterday and during the public comment session yesterday. Will the staff please call the council member roll?
Certainly. EPSEC Chair,
Kathleen Drew here.
Department of Commerce,
Elizabeth Osborne, present.
Department of Ecology,
Eli Levitt, present.
Department of Fish and Wildlife,
Mike Livingston, present.
Department of Natural Resources,
Letta Young, present.
Utilities and Transportation Commission.
Stacy Brewster, present.
For the Horse Heaven Project, Department of Agriculture. And Benton County.
Ed Roast is here.
All right, good morning. I thought I might have heard our agriculture rep trying to chime in, but he'll let us know. He was at the public comment hearing last night, and hopefully he has time today to join us for some or all of the session. Council members, did you have any ex parte disclosures or contacts that you needed to make today? All right, not seeing any. So let's move on to calling the parties. For the applicant today.
Good morning, Your Honor. Emily Schmolfenig for the applicant. And I also here is Tim McMahon and Willow Perlmutter.
All right, thank you. I think I remember you said Ms. Stavitsky might be away toward the end of the hearing. For the county, Benton County.
Morning, Your Honor. Ken Harper with Z Foster.
Good morning. Counsel for the Environment.
Good morning, Sarah Reineveld, Your Honor, here for Counsel for the Environment.
And Yakima Nation.
Good morning, Your Honor, and AFSEC Counsel Shona Volkers, along with Ethan Jones and Jessica Houston for the Yakima Nation.
Thank you. And for Tri-Cities Cares.
Rick Aramber, representing Tri-City Cares, intervener in these proceedings.
All right, and we have Bryn Guthrie as our first witness this morning. Ms. Guthrie's exhibits, Ms. Schimmelfenning, let me know if any of these are, I'm missing them, are 1001 000T, 1001, I believe there's a revised edition, and then later on for response and rebuttal testimony, 1021 and 1036, and that should be what's showing in the council members' SharePoint folder for this witness. Ms. Schimmelfennig, did I miss any?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Guthrie, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we have the court reporter, as you can see to my right, taking everything down. So we've asked witnesses to speak a little slower and more deliberately than you might otherwise. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. And Ms. Schimmelfennig can maybe give a 2 or 3 sentence summary orienting everybody to what you're testifying about. We'll adopt these exhibits and turn you over for cross-exam. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you, Breen Guthrie, solemnly swear or affirm that all of the pre-filed testimony contained in the exhibits I referenced and any of the answers you'll give today to questions from attorneys and council members will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Schimmelfennig, I'm going to admit those exhibits that we noted and ask you to give us a quick view of where we're going.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guthrie is going to be testifying about visual impacts and the visual impact assessment completed by the applicant. She sponsored section 4.2.3 of the application and appendix Q, both related to visual impacts. Thank you.
All right, and I believe we have scheduled for cross-examination Mr. Aramburu for Tri-Cities Cares and Ms. Volkers for the Yakima Nation. Have the two of you worked out who's going to go first?
Well, I think I'm going to go first, and unless Ms. Volker wants to.
No, please proceed. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Aramburu, the floor is yours.
Okay, I am going to try to share some exhibits today, and this is an area in which angels fear to tread, but I'm going to do that. How can I put this one back? Okay. Okay, hopefully we have successfully screen shared. Can the party see on the screen? And can they see it as it gets bigger and smaller?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, Ms. Guthrie, just a couple of background issues here for you. When did you first get started in this project?
I first became aware of this project in approximately October 2021, around the time I joined Tetra Tech, my current employer.
So, you're an employee of Tetra Tech doing the visual impact analysis for this application, correct?
That's the first time I became involved in it. That's correct.
Okay. I wanted to, as we do our inquiries today, I kind of wanted to set the stage a little bit. How many times have you been down to the Tri-Cities to look at the Horse Heaven Hills in this project?
Sure. As I began reviewing the materials in preparation for this process, I conducted 2 field visits to the project area over the course of approximately 3 days.
Okay. And so I'd just like to talk a little bit about kind of the general landforms down there, if I may. And I'm going to try to bring up a map here, and what you're looking at, Ms. Guthrie, is the section of the draft EIS, the visual impact assessment portion of the draft EIS. Do you see that on your screen?
I do.
Okay, and that was prepared for FSIC by SWCA Environmental Consultants in April 2022. You see that?
I see that.
Okay, and have you had a chance to review this?
I have.
Did you incorporate it at all into the work that you did?
No, our work was focused on the application materials.
And so you didn't examine or rely on this document at all?
No,
Okay, okay, but you've read it.
Yes, I have read through it. That's correct.
Right.
But I did not prepare this document.
Okay. But you've read it before today, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
So.
I guess that's sustained because he did just answer. That's the same question. She's read it.
Okay. I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the general landforms that exist in the community. And I'm putting up, and as I refer to this document, I'm going to refer to PDF pages because it's easier. And I hope you can see the PDF page, just PDF page 46.
Yes, I
So-
see that.
I see that. So, the kind of the general landforms of South Benton County. In general, can you see my cursor?
I can.
Okay. So, Benton County, this is the southern part of Benton County, Southwest Washington. There's an area here, adjacent and southwest of the Yakima River. And to acquaint everyone, this is the Yakima that runs in the southeast direction, and it let's see, excuse me, that is okay. So the Yakima runs in, so the Yakima is over here, correct?
That looks correct. Yeah.
The Yakima runs into the Columbia, just right at Columbia Point in Richland. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's right.
And there's an area just to the south west of the Columbia. And can you describe what the improvements are or the developments are in that area?
In the southwest, as your cursor indicates currently.
In this area in here, what's the activity that's in here? What's the development activity?
I would characterize that area as developed, urban, suburban areas. There are open spaces primarily focused along the riverfront, but also golf courses, public parks, sports amenities, neighborhoods, shopping centers, etc.
Okay, let me scroll down a little bit more and see if we can find another document that might be more useful to us here. Okay, this might be a better map to describe this. So this is PDF page 53 of the visual impact assessment. So let me just go back for a moment here. So the Yakima runs into the Columbia at this location, and then does this aerial photograph show the development area around and southwest of the Columbia? I hope that's not me.
Can I have you repeat that question, please?
Does this aerial photograph generally show the development which is found southwest of the Columbia?
It appears to, though I don't know off the top of my head the date of the aerial photograph.
Okay, well let's assume
in
that it's-
general it appears to.
Okay, and in this area here, we see the kind of familiar pattern of residential development. Is that right?
Yes.
And then more towards the northerly portion here, there's more commercial areas, the industrial areas. Is that?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. You can't identify what types of activity is going on from this like level of Zoom.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just asking for the witness's recollections on her when she was in the area. Is that about right?
The objection's overruled. You can answer, Ms. Guthrie.
Sure, yeah. To my recollection, I think that's a correct characterization.
And is this topographically, is this pretty flat area down in here? Any
No, not
substantial-
as I recall. The residential developments begin to kind of take on a more terraced formation as they move to the south up into that kind of ridge line
Right in here?
and to the northwest, as I recall. The two
Okay.
begin to kind of merge together, if that makes sense.
Okay,
But as you get closer to the river, it does become flatter, as I recall.
okay, good, thank you. Now, continuing southwest, we get into the area of the Horse Heaven Hills, do we not?
Correct?
And is that topographically different from the areas to the northeast?
Not significantly different. You see more of the butte formations, ridge lines, etc.
Okay, and that, and
In terms of
and we
landform.
see some of that on our map here, over in this area, kind of in the left side of the map.
Correct. Right. You get
Okay.
more topography and relief.
Okay. And so there's an elevation change here. And then if we continue to go south, we've had some testimony about this, we get into dry land agriculture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this map shows the drawings or the locations of the turbines. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So I just wanted to let's see. We've got a number of visuals simulations, oh boy, that are found here in the draft EIS. I just wanted to kind of go through and talk about some of these.
Your Honor.
This is
I'm going to object at this time. This is the SWICA DEIS visual impact assessment, not the visual impact assessment completed by the applicant as part of the application.
So what's the nature of the objection?
Relevance.
Overruled on that ground. I think it's highly relevant. The council's going to see this and already has in the draft EIS. The fact that it's a SEPA sponsored visual, I don't think Mr. Arambra could use it. If this is an accurate one or not, he can ask her about it. We're not getting into SEPA, I know, but these pictures are out there, and if they're accurate enough to go in the DEIS, they're accurate enough for cross-examination today.
Then
But
I'd like
Mr.
to
Ram-
object on lack of foundation. He has not clarified whether the witness has had any role in preparing these simulations.
It's entirely possible she hasn't, but they're prepared by somebody with enough credibility to put them in a DEIS. As long as Mr. Arambra doesn't ask about the SEPA process, I'm going to continue to overrule those objections. He can show these pictures and ask us questions.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Arambra, go ahead.
okay. So there are 13 representative viewpoints, RVs, that are found in the visual assessment in the DEIS. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And those same 13 representative viewpoints are the ones that you've included in your work.
That's right.
Same? Okay, same representative viewpoints, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm trying to focus in here just on what the kind of the Horse Heaven Hills look like. And I don't want to use that one because that's the one that's got the turbines on. So now we're kind of over in the southwest area here. And does that accurately depict the Horse Heaven Hills? And this photograph is taken from across the Columbia, north of Wallowa Gap?
Yes, from this viewpoint, I think that's accurate. Yes.
And in this view, we have some wind turbines. Do you know what those are?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's the Nine Canyon Wind Project. And
Okay,
then I see maybe some communication towers or what have you.
okay. But then let's move along to some other areas here. So this is one exhibit, top exhibit, existing conditions. Second one, option one, same option one that you're using in your work. Is that correct, Ms. Guthrie?
Yes.
Okay, so
Although now I would point out that it's been, option one has been modified per the recent memo.
okay, we'll get to that, Ms. Guthrie. We're just kind of looking at landforms here. And again, let's go down to a couple of the other landforms down to the south. This is viewpoint 3, looking southwest. Does this indicate some of the landforms that are found in the area? The hills in this area?
Yes, that's correct.
And
This is
then
Chandler Butte, I
again,
believe.
yes. And then as we go farther south, then we get into dryland wheat country, do we not?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So just to kind of summarize, and feel free to disagree, we have the area near the Columbia River that has residential commercial development. We have the Horse Heaven Hills. It's kind of a second topographic feature. And then beyond that is really some flat country, bench country up on the top of the Horse Heaven Hills, mainly in agriculture. That was kind of a long, if you disagree with any of that, let me know.
I don't disagree. I would add, however, that the features surrounding a Badger Mountain to the east and west are also fairly important in the context of my testimony. So just some additional context I would add.
Okay, good. And we have some photos of that, don't we, in here?
We do.
Okay, so now we're down to PDF page 64, and we're looking at RV5. And we go down here, we can kind of hone in on where RV5 is, and RV5 is
Can I
one of
interrupt you
the.
at this point? Forgive me. This image has been updated in the most recent application, and I think it would be valuable to show that updated view. And
Well,
that would be in the revised application.
I
These
think
photographs were reshot.
I understand they may have been reshot, and you'll get a chance to talk about those on redirect examination. So you'll get your chance on that. So but these photographs have Tetra Tech on them, don't they? These are
Yes.
Tetra Tech materials.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I believe these were part of the original application.
Okay. Now, so again, now we're at viewpoint 5, taken from the residential areas below, looking back up on the Horse Heaven Hills. And so what we see are these typical views of the Horse Heaven Hills shown here.
Yes.
Okay. And this same photograph appears in your work, does it not?
It appeared in the original application that was then updated and revised.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now there's some other viewpoints that we have here that are taken from the south to north. And there are several of those included in this analysis and your analysis. However, are very, very few people that actually see this view, the number 6 view, which looks from the south to the north over the dryland wheat. Is that right?
There would be fewer viewers, that's correct. Although, we have viewpoints, for example, from I-82, which would be a high number of viewers. But yes, in general, the views from the south would have a fewer number of viewers. But the project would be closer.
So can we say that the views from the south would be of substantial less interest to the council than the ones from the north?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
And why are these views important?
As I said, there are residences to the south that ought to be considered, and the project would be seen from relatively closer distances. And so I think they're just as worthy of being considered.
Okay, well, let's down here at number 6, looking north. Say 2-mile radius of where this is taken. How many residences are there?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Okay, would you say 2 or 3?
I don't know.
You don't know, okay. And have you driven up there and seen where residences are in that community?
I did drive in that area, yes, and yeah, the residences are certainly dispersed.
And they're principally farmhouses?
Rural residential.
Okay.
And we're also characterizing views from typical drivers, etc. So the residences aren't the only views that we're considering.
Okay. So over here on PDF page 67 now, and we're looking at that view, has some power lines in the foreground. Is this a more or less typical view of the Horseheaven Hills from north to south?
Can I have you zoom out a bit, please?
Oh, certainly. No, you tell me. I'm getting kind of good at this. So if you need a different view of this, I'm more than happy to provide it, Ms. Guthrie.
If I can have you scale them to 100%, that's how they're intended to be viewed.
I understand that. I'm using them for a different purpose. So 8A, the PDF page 67 of the document is taken from where?
I believe that is in the vicinity of a Canyon Lakes, if I'm not mistaken, at the edge of a residential development.
Yeah.
Kind of the
So-
leading edge.
And so I want to kind of expand in on the photograph here, which is 8A, just to kind of look at the characterization. And these are the Horseheaven Hills over here, and I've expanded the photograph. Are these Horseheaven Hills over here?
Yes.
Now, let me go down to another drawing here. And let's look at PDF page 69, and this is RV 9. This is from Benton City.
Yes.
And again, I'm expanding your photograph, and I know you may have some concerns about that, but I'm just kind of looking at the general landforms here. Is the landform we see in this expanded photograph here a good representation of the geomorphology of the Horseheaven Hills?
Yes, from this distance, for sure.
Okay, and it's 25 miles long, so it changes a bit, correct?
Sorry, what is 25 miles long?
The project is 25 miles long, is it not?
Yes, just clarifying.
Okay, so, I just want to look at this photograph and ask you a question. So often in the Northwest, let me revise the question. What are the views like from the ridgelines up here on the top of Horse Heaven Hills?
Looking to the north then?
Yes,
Is that the question?
yes.
Sure. So from what I recall when I was there on site doing my field work, you are overlooking kind of a valley formation below, with the Tri-Cities developed areas, and then the confluence of the river kind of flows through in the background.
So at this location, what's the difference? What's the elevation gain we're seeing from this location up to the top?
I sure don't know that off the top of my head. I believe the top of Badger Mountain is approximately 1,500 feet, but I don't know the elevation of the top of the butte in the image that you're showing right now.
Okay, and as I don't want to go back and go through each one of these photographs, but it is my observation that the ridgeline of the Horse Heaven Hills does not contain a lot of development. Is that correct?
It does contain some development. There are, as we saw, communication towers. In some cases, there's residential development in some places, but predominantly it's agricultural use, and some portions are recreation areas.
Okay, but in the state of Washington, where there's a nice view available, people like to go up to the ridgelines and build a big house and look over the views. Is that your experience?
I can think of examples of that in the area.
Well, my question is this: we don't have that kind of perched residential development on the ridgeline of the Horse Heaven Hills. Is that correct?
On the Horse Heaven Hills, there is some development. And on the adjacent buttes to the north, there is certainly residential development.
Can you name one place where you can see a residence from the valley looking up on the Horse Heaven Hills?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. There's some communication towers, some power lines up there, is that right?
Yes.
But generally no signs of civilization, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sure. Mr. Ambrose, signs of civilization. Could you give us a definition?
Okay, you've said there's some power lines and some things like that, but are there any other sort of signs of civilization, that is destruction of the natural landscape that might take place?
I'm going to say that for all of the viewpoints that we identified and used for our study, there are signs of development in all of them. So
Okay,
it's just a part of the character of the area that it's developed and developing.
None of the farmhouses are perched up on the ridgeline, are they?
I don't recall any on the ridgeline, especially to the north. As you move, farther east, there does become development on some of the ridge lines. Yes.
But in the particular section here near Benton City, there, that's natural character, is it not?
Yes.
And would it be fair to call this an undeveloped area?
There's not development on the Horse Heaven Hills currently, but obviously we're viewing it from a developed area and that is part of the view. So again, if you could zoom out to say 100% as the simulations are intended to be viewed, then we can see the full context, taking this example.
Okay.
The character of this view is developed. And it has the landforms as the backdrop.
I understand, but I'm talking to you about the backdrop landform. And that is not a developed area, is it?
No, it doesn't appear to be in this image.
Okay. Um, okay, we're moving down the way a little bit, and over here at the lower part of the photograph, we have a viewpoint 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's taken looking more or less southwest to the ridgeline.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom in here, and again, I understand you're taking things in context, but I'm just really looking at the hills here. So the Horse Heaven Hills, and this is page 70 of the PDF, and this is representative viewpoint. Let's go down here and find it. And this is number 10. Again, looking southwest. Okay. So so this is another view of the area. And I just want to, and I understand it's taken from the road, and I understand all that, but I want us to focus on the Horse Heaven Hills themselves. Okay. Now, we've expanded this a bit. We're looking at this hillside along here, going into a backdrop over here, further Horse Heaven Hills all along here. Is that a fair characterization of the Horse Heaven Hills?
Those are the Horse Heaven Hills, correct.
Okay. Now, in this photograph, I don't see any development up there. Am I right about that?
In this particular view, I don't see development on the ridgeline, no.
Okay. Okay, I don't see a single house up here. Oh, we got something over here. You know what that is?
I don't off the top of my head. Could be a communication tower, something like
Oh, I was
that.
looking at this area here.
Yes.
Okay, so we're seeing, I don't know what, 3-4 miles of the Horse Heaven Hills here. Right? What do you think, Ms. Guthrie? 3, 4, 5 miles in this photograph?
Well, that's probably fair. 5 is probably stretching it.
Okay, 5 miles. 5 miles with no development of any kind on the Horse Heaven Hills, correct?
Again, in the context of this photo, you do see development in your foreground.
I understand that. I understand that. But on the hills themselves, there is not development.
In this image, there's not development on the hilltop, except for the tower that we saw to the left.
And the Bend County Comprehensive Plan actually intends to protect this kind of condition on the Horse Heaven Hills, does it not?
It does intend, we include that language in the application materials. In the VIA, I believe it's listed. Yeah, there are aspirational goals for the ridge lines.
Okay, and I apologize, but I don't want to try to get too fancy about bouncing around between documents. The updated ASC at page 4-59 does set out the comprehensive plan goals, does it not?
Can I have you bring that up on screen, please, then?
Um, uh, can I get some help from staff on this? I did not bring this up because I'm just trying to not spend too much time screwing around with screen sharing here. I can read it to you. I think you have it in front of you, don't you? Don't you have the ASC in front of you? Ms. Guthrie?
I can try to bring it up on the side here. Can you repeat the page number, please?
4-59. It's not screw.
Where are the page numbers on here?
Mr. Rembrew, if you can also work on trying to pull it up, we're trying to get it on our end, but I think it would be helpful for us all to be looking at making sure we're looking at the same thing. And I know that that's a hassle, but you know, I think it'll be helpful for us on our end so that we don't have to figure out where we're at.
Okay, I'm
For
trying to
the council
avoid.
members, just want to let you know, Ms. Massengale was looking for it, but it's not readily available with the documents she had prepped for today. So we're going to rely on the parties that want to talk about it.
No, it's in the ASC.
The updated one or the red line or?
Okay, I think I've done it.
Or wait, you want page 490?
Okay, can everybody see this?
No, it's not shared.
Oh, it's not shared.
Try that first tab. Isn't that the title you
No, that's that one's a whole lot. Can you see this?
share?
Oh, share. Oh,
Not at this time, no.
And click this screen.
okay. Now,
There you go. Thank you so much, Mr. Rembrew.
I'm going to get better at this. Okay, so we have up on the screen the updated application for site certification. Do we not?
Yes.
Okay, and you're responsible for section 4.2.3 aesthetics, beginning on page 4-40. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go down here. See if I can find. Okay, now we're at the place. So I'm referring you to Ms. Guthrie to page 4-59 of the amended site certification application. And my question to you was whether or not Benton County has policies to protect these ridge lines that we've just been looking at. And I was referring you particularly here to this page. And does this correctly set forth the goals of Benton County?
Yes, as they were at the time of the writing of this document.
Okay. And PL Goal 3 has been to conserve visually prominent, naturally vegetated steep slopes and elevated ridges that define the Columbia Basin landscape and are uniquely a product of the Ice Age floods. Would you say that applies to the ridge lines of the Horse Heaven Hills that we've just been looking at?
I'm aware that BLM has protected lands on the Horse Heaven Hills, and the other areas are predominantly privately held.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was, does this goal, PL Goal 3, to conserve visually prominent, naturally vegetated steep slopes and elevated ridges, would that apply to the Horse Heaven Hills?
This is the goal as it was stated when this document was prepared, yes.
My question is, would you consider that goal number 3 applies to the Horse Heaven Hills that we have just been looking at?
In addition to other similar landforms and ridges, yes.
And what are those other landforms and ridges?
I would say, for example, Badger Mountain was conserved and is a public recreation area, for example.
Any others?
I believe Goose Hill to the west and north of Badger Mountain would qualify. There's also a ridge line to the east of Badger Mountain, but I don't know that it has a name.
Okay, any others?
No, I can't think of any others.
Those are isolated elements, are they not?
I wouldn't characterize them as isolated. They're, part of a string, if you will, of landforms within the area.
Okay. So in our looking at what the Horse Heaven Hills presents at this time, would you say the county's been pretty successful in conserving the visually prominent, naturally vegetated steep slopes and elevated ridges along the Horse Heaven Hills?
I would say yes.
Okay, good. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the project itself. I'm going to go back to we're back to the DEIS now. Okay, so we're now looking at PDF page 53 of the DEIS visual assessment. Is this a fair representation of the project?
Yes, this shows the option 1 turbine layout.
Okay.
And acknowledging
And-
that that's since been revised per I guess what's been called the Moon memo. So this has been updated and revised.
Okay, understood. Now, just so we get some kind of a context here from I'm going to call it the northwest corner of the project over here, just not too far from Benton City, over here to the far eastern point. Approximately how many miles is that?
I think it's in the neighborhood of 25 miles.
Okay. And I'm going to call it the depth of the project. Let's say this area through here. How many miles is that?
I couldn't say specifically, maybe 2 miles, 3 miles.
Okay. Well, and we've got a scale here so we can, use the scale if we need to figure it out more precisely, correct?
Yes.
And there's been discussion of the Nine Canyon project. Are you familiar with Nine Canyon?
I'm familiar with Nine Canyon, yes.
Is Nine Canyon shown on this map? This is figure 9, or representative viewpoint locations, PDF page 53.
Correct. As I'm reading the legend, the existing turbines represent Nine Canyon. So the yellow.
So these are the Nine Canyon turbines, correct?
I believe that's right.
Okay. If you're up here in Benton City, can you see the Nine Canyon turbines?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. Okay, so what other wind projects have you worked on that are 25 miles long?
I'm currently working on a number of related wind projects in the state of Washington in Garfield and Columbia counties. Taken together, they're over 25 miles long.
Yeah, is that the Lower Snake River project?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Garfield and Columbia counties, that's the sort of due east, slightly north of here.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Are there any substantial population centers near the Lower Snake River project that see the project?
There are developed communities there, yes.
Okay, Dayton being the closest?
And other cities, Pomeroy, et cetera.
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
Sorry, Pomeroy?
Yeah, Dayton and Pomeroy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you mentioned the third one, I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Okay, if I'm standing on Highway 12 going out of Dayton, can I see the Lower Snake River project?
Sir, we're just beginning our investigations, so I can't answer those questions here.
Okay, but you've been along Highway 12 in Dayton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to Pomeroy then. If you're standing on the main street on the west side of Pomeroy, Washington, and you are looking west, can you see any Lower Snake River turbines?
I don't recall.
In fact, are Lower Snake River turbines visible from Highway 12?
Yes, I believe they are.
How many?
I couldn't say.
Okay. How many farmhouses would view the Lower Snake River project?
What's the question?
How many farmhouses would be impacted by their views impacted by the Lower Snake River project, I think, correct?
I don't know.
Not very many, correct?
That's probably fair, though I don't know.
Okay, so you're working on the Lower Snake River project for PSE, as I understand it, is that right?
Yes.
Any other 25-mile long wind turbine projects?
I'm working on a number of offshore wind projects on the East Coast, and obviously those study areas are very large as well.
Well, let's limit ourselves here to onshore projects, if we may. Are you working currently on any other 25-mile long wind turbine projects?
No.
Okay. And are you working on any other projects that have 244 turbines?
No.
Okay. What's the biggest one you're working on right now?
Limiting ourselves to onshore.
Yes, please.
I would say the biggest is probably Summit Ridge in the state of Oregon.
Okay, how big is that?
I beg your pardon?
I said, how big is that? How many turbines?
I believe 40.
Okay. And are you working on, I noticed, again, looking at the representative viewpoints in the aerial photograph. It looks in certain locations, there are 5, 4, there's lines of turbines, one after the other. Do you see that?
Yes.
Look, I'm looking in the location here. It looks like 5 turbine lines, one after the other. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you working any other projects where we have these turbine lines that are in such close proximity to each other?
Again, certainly with offshore wind projects, that's very characteristic. Onshore, the current projects that I'm working on have different configurations.
Okay, and I'm not asking you questions about offshore projects now. But are you working with any projects that are 5 turbine rows thick?
No.
Okay, okay. So this is a pretty unusual project. Would that be fair to say?
We evaluated the project as it was presented to us.
But I understand that, but this is a pretty unusually large wind turbine project, is it not? And feel free to disagree with me.
It is a large project, yes.
Okay. Now, this project can be seen by a lot of people, can it not?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, again, I'm looking at your materials here. Do you recognize this page, which is page 4-45 of the amended site certification application?
We're looking at the red line application.
We
Okay.
are. We are indeed.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
So the red line application was prepared. The original application was prepared when?
Oh, let's see. I believe the original application was 2021.
Okay, and when did you come to work on the project?
In October of 2021.
So you didn't write this material, did you?
I did not. No, sir.
Who wrote it?
Other staff with my company.
Okay, did you happen to know who wrote it?
I believe there were different parties. Again, it was written before I joined my company. But I believe that one of the primary authors was Sean Brooks, who's a land use planner.
Is he a visual impact expert?
She has visual impact
sorry.
assessment experience. Yes.
Does Ms. Brooke pardon me, have your kind of credentials in visual analysis?
No, not equivalent backgrounds, no.
Okay, okay. Okay, so this is February 2021 material. And it says turbine visibility would potentially under turbine layout 1 would potentially be visible from certain places. Turbine layout 1 is the 244 version of the project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And okay, so would be visible from approximately 86% of the area within 5 miles and 81% of the area within 10 miles of the project. Would that be correct?
That's obviously what the text indicates. These figures are based on the viewshed analysis that was run that only considers bare earth, that is topography. So it's not considering vegetation, structures, things like that, that will obviously dramatically affect how the project is viewed, especially from developed areas. So that is correct in terms of what viewshed was analyzed. So that's a highly conservative figure. But I think we want to keep that context in mind of what it accounted for and what it doesn't.
Okay, so as I understand it, if somebody's sitting on their back porch in the hot summer weather in a certain location, they probably can't see the Horse Heaven Hills. Is that right?
No, I'm sure there are locations where folks can see the Horse Heaven Hills from a deck or what have you.
What you're saying is there may be some things in the way of views of individual persons up to the Horse Heaven Hills, correct?
That's correct.
But the landscape, the bare ground, the area, 86% of people of the area within 5 miles can see the turbines, 81% within 10 miles. Is that correct?
That's what the analysis found, yes.
Okay.
And just studying bare earth. And now we know that would even be reduced with the turbine reduction.
The moon memo, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Going over to page 2-46, again, material written before you got involved. Transmission lines would be visible from 52% of the area within 10 miles of the project. Is that right?
That's what the analysis found. Again, all of the view sheds were only considering bare earth. But yes, this is what the analysis found.
Okay. So
Mr.
in
Amber,
this, yeah,
we've been going for quite a while, a little bit longer than you had anticipated. Do you know how much longer you're asking the council to listen to your cross?
probably another half an hour.
Can we make it a little more snappy? Because otherwise we're going to run over today. So I'm going to let you go for a little bit longer, but let's get to the heart of what you're trying to get to as opposed to reading parts of the updated application for site certification. She can agree to what's in there. I think she sponsored this entire portion at some level, so she agrees with it.
Okay. So when you started your work on the new visual analysis, what community outreach did you conduct?
I wasn't involved in community outreach for the project, but I'm aware that it occurred and had been occurring for a number of years.
Okay, but specifically with the visual impacts to be anticipated from the project, what community outreach are you aware of with regard to the project?
Yeah, I'm aware of specific community outreach by the applicant directly with Yakima Nation and with obviously the public comments that came in from the draft or on the draft application. We responded to comments from FSEC, and that that process resulted in some of the additional viewpoints that we investigated.
Wasn't my question. My question is, what community outreach was undertaken to inform the community of the visual impacts of the project?
I don't know specifically, other than what I just mentioned that I was aware of.
Okay, fair enough. Are you aware that a substantial number of community leaders in the Tri-Cities have come out in opposition to the project?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. Substantial number of community leaders doesn't give us any indication of who is for or against this project. And it's frankly argumentative.
That's season of for sure.
Commissioner Schimmelfink, I think based on the public comment hearing last night and a variety of other witnesses that have been proposed by TCC, it's pretty much an obvious answer. I think she can answer.
I'm aware that the project has opposition, yes.
Okay, and from the realtors, from the city of Richland, the city of Kennewick, the Regional Chamber of Commerce, the Tourist Bureau, the Economic Development Council, the mayor of Benton City. Are you aware of those?
I wasn't aware of that full list, no, sir.
Okay, and who are you aware of in a community organization sense that supports the project?
That supports the project?
Yes.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Okay, we've talked a little bit about the moon memo. Do you recognize what I put up on the screen?
I do.
And would you identify this as a map from the moon memo?
Yes.
Did you participate in the drafting of this overview map turbine layout option 1?
Repeat the question, please.
We'll lay a little foundation here that everyone's fond of. Did you have any participation in the drafting of this map, and in particular, the removal of certain turbines?
Not directly, no.
Not directly. Did you provide opinions concerning which turbines should be removed?
I did not.
Okay, who made the decision to remove the turbines?
I don't know the answer to that specifically. I assume that it came from the applicant.
Okay, and would it be your opinion that the turbines that are removed significantly mitigate or avoid impacts of the project?
Can you ask that question one more time for me, please?
The turbine layout here has removed a certain number of turbines. Is that correct?
That's correct. 13 turbines?
Okay. And is it your opinion that the removal of the 13 turbines significantly avoids or mitigates the visual impact of the project?
No,
Now,
it would
Um,
reduce impacts to certain residents there, specifically at the 4 turbines to the northwest. I think it's like 5 through 8. They're at number 3, for example. That would reduce impacts to the residents there immediately adjacent.
okay. And other than this, have you presented any proposals or worked on any proposals that would involve mitigation of visual impacts?
I'm aware of opportunities that the applicant is pursuing and exploring to reduce impacts, including visual. But those are decisions that are coming from the applicant.
Okay, but have you recommended to the applicant that certain steps be made to avoid or mitigate visual impacts of this project?
No,
And have you prepared new simulations or photographs that would indicate the impact of removing these turbines?
have we prepared simulations?
Yes.
No.
Mr. Rambert, as you move the map, I think there's a couple pages, depending on which version you're using, that might be redacted. So let's be careful not to stray into those confidential maps.
I'm using the redacted version, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for the clarification.
Have you reviewed the conclusions of impacts of the turbines that were done they're done in the environmental impact statement?
In the EIS?
Yeah,
Yes.
you have.
Yes.
Do you agree with them?
Is there a specific conclusion that you would like me to focus on?
Well, just in general, you've reviewed them. Do you have any specific objections to the analysis that was done in the draft environmental impact statement?
As I recall, the findings are largely similar to what's presented in the application.
Okay, well, so we're now looking at the appendix D10-2 of the environmental impact statement. And the material on these pages provides an assessment, key observation point, viewpoint impact table, turbine option 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I think we're starting to kind of stray into the SEPA process and the validity of the DEIS and its analysis. I know that that's not really relevant to these proceedings, which are about the application and the applicant's visual impact assessment. I was fine with using the photo simulations, but I'd like to object here on relevance grounds.
Mr.
Well,
Rambert, any response?
Well, I'm asking the witness about a comparison between the work she did and the work that was done in the impact statement. That does not get into the SEPA process. The document is open and available in these proceedings. And I don't want to extend things out too far, but I do have a couple of questions about this.
You can ask him at 10:20. I'm cutting you off so we can get to the accommodation. Thank you.
Okay, so looking at the analysis of the viewpoints here, do you have any specific disagreements with with what the DEI has said about the impacts?
Can I ask you to be more specific about a particular impact? I feel like this is
Sure,
too
I've
broad.
only got a couple of minutes here, but for example, let's take number 2, South Clodfelder Road, okay? And 3 miles away, visual contrast strong, magnitude of impact high. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, and then there's text, impact description is provided for that. And I'm going to run out of time here, but it says turbines would dominate views from this location. Large percent of the view shed would include moving turbines. Views of the project would be unobstructed. Views towards the east would include the Nine Canyon project, but only a narrow portion of the landscape. The series of proposed skylined wind turbines would be highly prominent in the view, resulting in high long-term impacts on view, particularly where views of multiple wind turbines would overlap and appear larger in mass. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. I'm not going to, because I'm restricted in time, I'm not going to go through the rest of them, but there are similar statements in that material as well.
And I would also say that we found impacts in the application also.
Well, again, I'm short of time here. My observation is that your analysis of the impacts and the viewpoints differ from this. Is that correct?
I don't think there were big variations, no.
Okay. Well, we don't have time to get into that. Have you looked at the option of or avoidance or mitigation mechanism to avoid the impacts of wind turbines by providing for more solar development on the project?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Well, Judge Storm, I'm going to be cognizant of your limitations, and I'll stop now. I have more questions, but I will stop now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rambo. I appreciate it. Let's shift over, Ms. Volkers, to your questions for this witness after we take a little bit of a break. So we'll come back at 10:25 and with Ms. Volker's questions. All right, we're back on the record, ready to go forward with the Yakama Nation's questions for Ms. Guthrie. Ms. Volkers, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, Ms. Guthrie.
Good morning.
My name is Shona Volkers, and I represent the Yakama Nation in these proceedings. I just have a few questions for you this morning about the scope of your testimony and what you are sponsoring to the council. Are you aware that the project's viewshed impacts will be devastating to multiple legendary and monumental sites of cultural importance to the Yakama people?
I'm not aware of that. And I can speak to the visual assessment, but I'm not an expert on cultural.
And your testimony in this proceeding does not account at all for those viewshed impacts to cultural properties of the Yakama Nation, correct?
No, again, not to cultural impacts.
Okay. And to be clear, that includes that portion of the application itself that you are sponsoring on visual resources and effects, correct?
Yes, to the extent that we studied effects to views and view sheds, yes.
Yes, so that doesn't include any study of those effects to cultural properties that might be impacted by viewshed effects, correct?
We studied impacts to views, but I can't speak to cultural impacts.
Okay. those are my questions this morning. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, Ms. Volkers, thank you for the concise questions. Let me see if Ms. Schimmelfennig has anything she wants to go over with the witness before checking with counsel on their questions. Ms. Schimmelfennig, any limited redirect?
Yes, can I just have one moment? I didn't realize we were gonna cycle back around so quickly. I just
I'll
need
tell
like
you what.
1 minute to confer with counsel.
Yep, let's go ahead and take that. We'll just pause.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're ready whenever the counsel is.
All right, why don't you proceed with yours, and then I'll ask council members just to get ready by putting up their electronic hands if they are going to have any questions.
And Your Honor, if I may, before, okay, we were having the same issue seeing Ms. Schimmelfennig, but I see her now, so I appreciate being able to see everyone that's speaking.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We're sharing a computer screen, so thanks. Okay, the first question I want to ask relates to a question from Mr. Rambrew about the role you played in the development of the application. You reviewed the assessment completed by Ms. Brooks, correct?
I reviewed it. It had already been completed. That's correct.
And what was your opinion about that assessment?
It was a robust and objective assessment based on the BLM guidelines.
And this came up numerous times in, as we were working through the visual simulations. What is the appropriate way to view those simulations?
The viewing guidelines are shown on the simulations, and they should be viewed at 100% is how they're intended to be viewed.
And how does zooming in distort them?
It can sometimes, depending on, technology and how they're being viewed, it can create distortion or reduce clarity.
And you mentioned that there are updated visuals. Where are those located?
Yes, we prepared additional simulations from viewpoints that were requested as part of the data request process. I believe everything that we've prepared was submitted to FSEC in June of this year.
And there were updated photo simulations prepared for the updated application, right?
For the red line version of the application, correct, there were reshoots and additional KOPs photographed, studied, etc. Sorry, KOP is a key observation point.
Yes, thank you.
So the representative viewpoints, forgive me, some terminology.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, I see that Sarah Reineveld had a question as counsel for the environment, and then we'll come to Eli Levitt.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a few questions just in regards to the turbine lighting. So good morning, Ms. Guthrie. My name is Sarah Reineveld, and I am an assistant attorney general in the environment.
Sorry, Sarah, I'm unable to hear you.
I hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now, Eli? Hello?
Mr. Levitt, I'm not sure if the sound issues on your end. Were you saying you couldn't hear Ms. Reineveld?
Yes, that's correct. Maybe I'll try switching to my cell phone or leaving and coming back.
Okay,
All right.
I apologize. I am, just to continue, I'm counselor for the environment in this matter, and counselor for the environment is assigned to represent the public and its interest in protecting the environment. I just have a few questions for you in regards to the turbine lighting. So is it correct to say that you analyzed visual or aesthetic impacts of turbine lighting?
I'm aware of what's presented in the application, yes, and I reviewed it.
Okay. And is it correct to say that there will only be exterior lighting on the turbines that's kind of either aviation warning lighting, or that is either on the exterior or potentially kind of mid-tower lighting, depending on the size of the turbines?
That aligns with my understanding, yes. Depending on the size of the turbines, yes.
Okay. And that was my question, or one of my questions is, do you know how that will vary depending on the size of the turbines? Like what additional lighting will be necessary if there's a larger turbine?
This is outside my area of expertise. I believe that the taller, there's a threshold that escapes me at the moment, but above which the mid-tower lighting becomes required by the FAA.
Okay. And this lighting that we've been discussing, is that lighting that's required by the Federal Aviation Administration?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had some questions earlier and we're discussing just kind of the visual impacts potentially to residents. Do you know whether these lights will be visible to residents and up to how many miles?
Yes, the lights would be visible from some residents as kind of depicted in some of the simulations that are representative residential views. And we know that the lights can be seen from some distance.
And are these lights that we're discussing just nighttime lights, or is the project also anticipating daytime lights?
I'm not aware of daytime lights other than potentially at the substations for maintenance, security, that kind of thing. And the FAA lights on the turbines would be at night as affected or mitigated by the aircraft detection system. And so they would only be activated when there's aircraft in the area.
Thank you. And I understand that you didn't necessarily prepare all of this analysis, but to the extent that you know, the application focuses on the aesthetic impacts of lighting, but did you also work, or are you aware of work that was done with wildlife experts on the project to determine the visual impact of these lights on birds and bats?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Levitt, I'm not going to let Mr. Livingston jump your place in line now that you're back. Go ahead, Mr. Levitt.
Thank you. My name is Eli Levitt. I'm Ecology's FSAC council member. So Ms. Guthrie, I believe your rebuttal testimony mentions that when looking at some of the key observational viewpoints, I don't know what round it was, but you did include feedback from the Yakima Nation and other stakeholders. Could you please define what you mean by other stakeholders? Who does that include?
Sure. Through revisions that came to us for through the FSEC process, I'm aware of, for example, private winery owners, and we prepared simulations for them. And I don't know specifically, but the way that the data requests were worded, the requests indicated that additional view studies came as part of the public comment period, or from comments that came from the public.
Do you know if any members of the Latinx, BIPOC, or Spanish community, leaders of those groups, were invited to provide feedback on any of the key observational viewpoints or the analysis that you conducted for this project?
I'm not aware of any direct results of those interactions, but I believe, the public comment period was just that, public for folks to participate in and provide comments or feedback.
Yeah, I guess the Yakima Nation was invited, but I'm curious as to, or I don't know how they were included. Perhaps you can enlighten me, but why were some groups invited perhaps and not others?
I'm afraid I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you. I guess one very theoretical exercise, it strikes me that the map we're looking at this morning is not terribly different than some urban areas. So, just for a moment, let's think about the city of Portland. There's a ridge line and there's a river. The Willamette River enters into the Columbia River. And in the 1970s, the population of Portland was in the 300,000s, more than the Tri-Cities area, 370,000. Would your visual analysis change at all if, in terms of methodologies, if you were conducting the city, this type of analysis in a much more urbanized area like Portland? So picture the lines of wind turbines being placed where Forest Park is, but in this case, Forest Park would be 20 to 30 miles long. Would it change the way you went about your analysis in terms of methodologies?
In terms of methodology, no, that is a repeatable process that we would conduct in various different kinds of landscapes. But I wouldn't go into hypotheticals about anything beyond the methodology, but the methodology would be the same, inventory, viewpoint selection, etc.
Would you change the stakeholders that were invited to participate in any way?
I wasn't directly involved in, I'm just not sure what you mean by invitations. Obviously there's the stakeholder process, but I think the opportunities for the public to be engaged would be the same.
And just maybe separating your role from Tetra Tech and your personal role, would you agree though that putting 5 lines of wind turbines on the ridges of Portland's hills would dramatically impact the views and aesthetic of the city of Portland?
I feel like that's not a fair comparison.
Well, I'm talking about Portland when it was 370,000 people, not the current Portland.
I'm still not going to answer to hypotheticals. We would take a project that was proposed as proposed and conduct an analysis. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Livingston?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm Ms. Guthrie. I'm Mike Livingston. I'm with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife on the council. So just 2 quick questions. One is, I know there was some discussion about project size that you've worked on offshore and some more local, Snake River. Have you done any analysis for projects of this size in proximity to this large of a urban population?
No.
All right. And then do you think this project could be reconfigured to substantially reduce the visual impact from the Tri-Cities and Benton City?
The question of mitigation is really not in my scope. We conducted the analysis that was done based on kind of the maximum scenario. And decisions about the scale and scope of the project are to be decided by the applicant.
Let me ask it a different way. So if they were, say, if the applicant asked you to design this in a way to minimize visual impact, would you be able to reconfigure the project or not reconfigure, design the project in such a way that it would have less visual impact than it currently does?
Again, I would say that we conducted our analysis based on the project in its maximum scenario as it was presented to us. And so I'm not a wind project designer, so
Okay,
I can't speak to that.
okay. Well, thank you.
Lenny Young.
Good morning, Ms. Guthrie. My name's Lenny Young, and I represent the State Department of Natural Resources on the council. Going beyond RCW and what's established in WAC, could you explain in your own words why it is important to consider visual impacts when analyzing a project proposal such as this, and how visual changes in what people see affect their lives?
Let's see, I think certainly we have the range of visual conditions, right? We have national parks, we have state parks, we have trails, and I'm, an advocate for all of those things that can be restorative to us and allow people to experience the landscape in different ways. And there are areas that have been designated for scenery. And those areas are, because of their designation, they are to be considered for impacts to the visual values that they represent.
That sounds a little bit to me like maybe a synopsis of why we have laws and rules around visual impacts. But could you go a little bit further and explain how changes in what people see can affect their lives? Why is this so important? Why is this an essential part of analyzing a project such as this?
I think there are certain expectations with certain kinds of views, namely, again, from amenities that are valued for their scenery. So, and those are worthy of protection.
Thank you.
And I have one question for you, and Ms. Schimmelfennig, I don't know if you have access to exhibit 1001. It's really just a geographical clarification at the bottom of page 1 in your credentials. And I'm asking because you indicate you were a specialist on the Badger Gap Solar Project in Kittitas County, Washington, and yet you're before the state of Oregon's Energy Facility Siting Council. And as an Ellensburg resident, I'm not aware of this particular one, and I don't see it on our council's schedule. So where's Badger Gap? I know we have Badger Pocket, and up in Douglas County, we've got Badger Mountain. But my Google says Badger Gap might be in Wisconsin.
Yeah, that project is in its early stages, and we conducted field work for it south of Ellensburg, I believe. It's been a while.
So is that one I can say is now coming to the state of Washington's Energy Siting Council as opposed to Oregon?
In Washington.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Maybe we'll be seeing you again. All right, does that raise any other questions for council members?
Your Honor, if I could just interject here, Tim McMahon here for the record. Because of the nature of my practice, I tend to know much earlier stage what I know is kind of out there. Sometimes it's hypothetical. Sometimes it's never going to come along at all. Sometimes it dies on the vine. And so I just want to indicate that the project you mentioned may or may not have legs. And there are many others like that in my portfolio. So it's really difficult for Ms. Guthrie to answer that question.
Fair enough, Mr. McMahon. I just was confused by the geography. If,
And I hope that helps.
Yes, Kittitas County is clearly not in Oregon, and that was just my question.
Oh. Okay,
Just take a look at the bottom of page 1. It might be
Okay.
something to be corrected in her future credentials.
sorry,
Council
Your Honor.
members, any?
Sorry, Your Honor,
Mr.
Tim
McMahon?
McMahon here. I'm sorry, were you, I think I might have been muted when I just articulated a response to that question. Did you hear any of what I said?
The bulk of it, yes.
Well, I'm happy to answer any other questions, but as I indicate, yeah, thank you.
No, just a question of geography. Any other
it.
questions for Ms. Guthrie? All right, Mr. Rambrew, I see your microphone is open.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, Ms. Guthrie. You indicated that you did some supplemental work on view impacts in what, 22, 21, 22?
Can you specify what you mean by supplemental?
Well, during my questioning, you indicated you didn't work on the original visual impact analysis that is in the original ASC, but then there was some supplemental work that was done. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Okay. But was that supplemental work vetted or reviewed by SWCA?
As I understand, they used what's in the application for their work as a reference.
Okay, but you've done new work. I understand that when you took over from another person at Tetra Tech. That's correct, isn't it?
I was involved in the preparation of some of the supplemental simulations that were prepared, for example, for data requests.
And were you involved in some of the redlining that went into the visual impact analysis?
No.
Yeah, well, who put the redlining I'm referring to is we have a red line updated application. And there's red line material in that, changed or added material from the original application. Are you aware of that?
Correct, yes.
And were you responsible for any of that new red line material?
I didn't prepare the text.
Who did?
Can we be specific about particular red lines? Are you talking about the additional simulations that were created, for example?
I'm short of time here, Ms. Guthrie, and as I look at the application, there's considerable red line material in the application. I don't want to go through every page and line, or else something bad's going to happen to me. But what I want to know is whether you were responsible for any or all of that material, writing it and including it in the red line version.
For my role here, yes, I'm sponsoring that.
Ms. Guthrie, I understand that, and I understand you're sponsoring it. The question is, who wrote the new red line material in the updated ASC?
I think there were different staff. Just as one example, I know the person responsible for example, site photography and edits to the photography wrote the parts explaining how, for example, the dehazing simulations were prepared, for example, and I believe other staff at Tetra Tech that were involved in the project before my involvement.
I don't want to belabor this point. What I'm really asking is there's a number of red line, there's substantial amount of red line material in the visual assessment, the aesthetics part of the red line, the new amended or updated ASC. My question is, were you responsible for writing any of that?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. The witness has testified that the team at Tetra Tech contributed to that, and she also indicated that she had not worked on the updated ASC.
Mr. Rambrew,
No,
I
I
don't
think
know
it's
that
a
you're
fair-
going to get any better answer. And I'm not
Well,
totally sure
I
on
think
the
there's a yes
relevance.
or no.
Yeah, yes or
think-
no, but I don't think there's a whole lot of relevance as to who wrote what in the updated ASC. The updated application states what's there for the council. Does it really matter if this person wrote one sentence or another? It was a team effort, apparently.
Well, she's sponsoring it, and it would be interesting to know whether she wrote any of what she's sponsoring. So if that's not a proper question, fine.
Well, let's ask her that. How much of the new application for site certification, the updated version, are you personally responsible for? Just give us a ballpark fraction and who you worked with.
I worked primarily with our project manager, Linnea Fossum, and Sean Brooks was involved in writing the bulk of the revisions.
And you were familiar with it enough that you're able to sponsor this with their inputs?
That's correct.
Done deal, Mr. Rambrew. Anything else?
Were these revisions and other materials shared with WCA or SWCA?
Yes.
They were. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes. For the
The
EIS.
people for the EIS. Were these shared by them, with them?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague. What is these referencing?
The new red line updated materials, were they shared with SWCA?
Yes, I believe they're available on the FSEC website. And yes, we're provided to SWCA so that they could perform their work.
Okay. Did you ask them for any comments or any peer review of your material?
I was not involved in that process, no, sir.
Okay, good. You talked about certain designated scenic areas. Would it be fair to say that the section of the comprehensive plan of Benton County, which talks about conserving visually prominent, naturally vegetated steep slopes and elevated ridges, it is a scenic designation?
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Guthrie is not a land use expert. She's a visual expert. She is not an expert on how the county does its designation of scenic lands or not.
Yeah, sustained. Let's stay within her area of expertise and what she's testified to, please.
Okay, no further questions.
Fantastic. And nothing bad happened to you. Any other questions from the council for this witness?
Yeah.
Yes, it's early, Mr. Rambrew. It's early. Mr.
Yes.
Levitt?
I'm sorry, I just want to ask one or two follow-up questions from my earlier questions. Ms. Guthrie, are you aware that TCC has said that approximately 40% of the TCC, or excuse me, 40% of the Tri-Cities population identifies as Latinx or people of color?
I wasn't aware of that statistic in particular, no, though I visited the area.
Okay, and again, just a yes or no question. Is there a reason that Tetra Tech and the applicant or any other parties involved in assessing key observational viewpoints did not reach out, broadly speaking, to leaders that represent that 40% of the Tri-Cities population?
I wasn't directly involved in the public outreach, so I just can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Guthrie, for your time and attention today. We have an hour plus before we would be scheduled to break for lunch. So I'd like to get right into Mr. Apostol's testimony. If he's available, I'd see if we can move the tiles around to get him on my screen. Good morning, Mr. Apostle. I see you there.
Good. I see myself in
All right.
the right-hand corner of my screen.
Okay,
I
good.
look pretty good when I'm small.
And we like your shirt too. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Ramber, if you could mute your mic, I think we might eliminate some feedback since we've got at least 3 open. Dean Apostle, you have sponsored a number of exhibits, and I think they've been numbered 5100, 5101, 5102, 3, and 4. And there was a rebuttal exhibit, I think it's 5906. Are you aware of any others?
No. Well, I think there might have been some maps submitted today or yesterday.
Yes, and I'm not sure if those have been numbered or uploaded to the folder I'm looking at on the FSEC website, well beyond your control. Mr. Ramber, are there any other exhibit numbers that you're aware of yet? And Ms.
No, I think
Massengale
you've
might.
covered them, and the supplemental material is 5906.
Okay, thank you. I saw that Ms. Massengale had put that in the folder already, so everyone has access. All right, Mr. Apostle, let me swear you in. We got a little bit of an echo, but we'll work with that for the swearing in and see if closing my microphone helps with that.
Okay.
Do you, Dean Apostle, if you raise your right hand, solemnly swear or affirm that all of the testimony in exhibits 5100 through 5104, as well as the supplemental exhibit 5906, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that all of your answers today to questions will be the same?
I do.
All right, we'll have adopted 5100 through 5104. I know there might be some objections as to 5906, so we'll wait on those and make a ruling later. I'm going to go mute my microphone here. Mr. Ramber, if you want to give a kind of 30,000 foot couple of sentences, then I'll turn Mr. Apostle over to the applicant for their cross exam, and then we'll come back to the Yakima Nation as well.
Rick, your mic's off.
There we go. The microphone's on. Thank you. Mr. Apostle is a long-standing visual expert with years of experience. He has reviewed the visual material submitted in the application and in the draft environmental impact statement, and have reached conclusions regarding the sufficiency of those materials for visual analysis, and has other comments on them. We do have 5906. I know Mr. McMahon had indicated he has some objections to it. I will want the witness to testify concerning that matter, but perhaps we can address those issues at the beginning.
Yeah, I think that might be brought up depending on when you use the exhibit. So we'll wait. I don't know if the applicant's going to refer to it in their cross exam, but we'll deal with it when we get to it in a little bit. Mr. Apostle, do you happen to have 2 different ways you're listening to the audio, maybe your computer as well as a cell phone?
No, my cell phone's off.
Okay, I'm just trying to identify where the sound quality is being diminished, but if you have speakers on your computer, they might be providing some feedback also to your own microphone, but beyond that, I'm not sure what we can do, but anything that might happen on your end might be helpful, and maybe we've got that resolved at the moment. We'll see.
I just turned the volume down. Does that help?
Actually, I think it does.
Great.
All right,
I've
Mr.
got a brand new webcam, and so this is the first time I'm using it. So
all right, well,
a little bit of a chance here.
You're well centered in the screen, and we'll work with it. Technology gods have been mostly on our sides, but they show up from time to time. All right, I'm going to mute on this end and ask Mr. Ramber to do the same, except for objections. Ms. Schimmelfenning, I'm going to turn over the witness to you.
Mr. Examiner, may I have the witness identify 5906 and what it's being used for?
At the appropriate time when it's used.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we don't have any questions for Mr. Apostle, but we reserve the opportunity to recross after any other questions. Thank you.
All right, let me turn to Ms. Volkers and see what questions she has. We may get to 5906 sooner than we thought, Mr. Rambrew. Okay, mute here. Ms. Volkers, I saw that Yakima Nation had some questions reserved or time for them.
My apologies, Your Honor. I didn't realize that was addressed to me. As I said this morning, we actually don't plan to take the time that we had reserved. I do, want to ask questions based on what comes out, but thank you for allowing me to reiterate that that estimate was made a couple weeks ago, and we don't at this time plan to use that time that we had asked for.
All right, Mr. Rambrew, it's a little unusual to allow redirect after no cross, but because you've introduced this other exhibit demonstrative, let's deal with that now and see if it's appropriate to admit. I'll be liberal with my ruling. I'll let the applicant know that. And if we limit your questions about it just to introduce it, then that might be the best course for having Mr. Apostle's testimony re-clarified based on anything he was rebutting with 5906. So I'm going to ask and see if we can put that up on the screen for context. And you go ahead, Mr. Rambrew, and Ms. Schimmelfending, if you'll hold your objection until the exhibit's been adequately introduced and we can see what's going on. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it. That's it, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Have I done it?
Yes, sharing.
Okay, it should be on the screen. Is everybody getting it? Okay, this is exhibit 5906. It consists of 2 pages. And I'd like to ask Dean, can you explain how this was prepared and why it was prepared?
Yeah, this was a map that was prepared by myself and Paul Crouppen. And Paul did a lot of the work, but I kind of helped him or helped describe what was needed. And what this does is it shows, it breaks the project area into 4 visual areas, kind of moving from the west to the east, visual area 1 through 4. And it shows some of the key or representative viewpoints in the big red dots. And it shows distance to the project. And it breaks the project into these layers. There's kind of a layer that's closest to the observers. I think that what I remember is the distance was 0 to 2 miles from the edge of the urban area. And then that's the first zone, which has a kind of green turbines represented. And then the next zone is in blue. I believe that's 2 to 3 miles distance. And then the red zone is 3 to 4 miles.
Okay, and the first page of 5906 contains red dots, and they're referred to RV, and those are the visual reference points.
Representative viewpoints, yeah.
The representative viewpoints, and we had a lot of discussion about those and the visuals from those as well. And the base map that we are using here, is that the base map from the Moon memo, the memo which made some changes to the project?
I believe so.
Okay, so I will represent to you and the parties that this is the map that from the page 11 of the Moon memo, the redacted version, by the way, and to the extent you can see my hand moving through this, This shows the areas in which the turbines were removed. We had some discussion of that with Ms. Guthrie. Okay, so that's what's on page 1. Page 2, can you describe what's shown on page 2, Mr. Apostle?
Yeah, this is a table that indicates how many turbines are in each of the zones. And we did some modeling. If you were to take away turbines in a zone, how much would you reduce? And so, like when you look at the top line there where it says visual area, some reduction, there's 57 turbines in the first zone, which is the green zone, and that's 24.7% of the total number of turbines. I believe that's, based on 231 turbines, which I believe is the number that's after the moon memo.
Okay,
And
so
then for each of the visual areas that were on the map, there were those kind of corridors. Those are identified visual area 1, 2, 3, and 4 with a kind of which representative viewpoint is within those areas. Those are labeled, and how many turbines are within each of those kind of corridors.
Okay, so risking being accused of distortion, in looking at the first page of that document, we're seeing the 3 layers, and we're seeing the numbers for the individual turbines as we zoom in a bit here.
Yep.
Okay. How should the council, that is the FSIC council, use this material?
Well, there were some questions from some of the council members earlier about visual mitigation and modifying the design to reduce some of the visual impacts. And this is a good starting point for thinking about that. Generally speaking, the closer the turbines are, the higher the impact. That's not always the case, but that's a good generalization. So it's good to know what we're dealing with as far as distance zones. Just as an aside, with wind turbines, modern wind turbines, which are getting bigger and bigger all the time, I think these turbines are about twice the height of the existing turbines at the 9 Mile site, for example. A lot of the work done by Robert Sullivan at the Argonne National Laboratory, who's looked at turbines in the field and then measured viewing distances and visual dominance. The modern wind turbines are visually dominant out to 10.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interject, but I think we're straying beyond laying the foundation for this exhibit into testimony of the witness. And I think we should determine whether this exhibit should be admitted before we start discussing it any further.
Fair enough. Mr. Apostle, let's just stop there. I want to hear the applicant's objection to this map that you and Mr. Crouppen worked on.
Okay.
Ms. Shimafeni, go ahead, and then I'll hear from Mr. Rambrew if I need to.
Thank you. Your Honor, applicant objects to the admission of Exhibit 5906R, the supplemental testimony of Mr. Apostle, under WAC 463-3310, which allows the presiding officer to first set deadlines that permit for the study and presentation of cross and rebuttal evidence, and then second, directs the presiding officer to exclude evidence not submitted prior to that deadline unless an exception applies. The witness had the opportunity to submit this exhibit prior to the deadline of July 14th, 2023, and TCC has not shown that any exception here warrants the admission of this exhibit today. Therefore, the council should exclude Exhibit 5906R.
Mr. Apostle, before I go to Mr. Rambrew, can you tell me the date that you were preparing this?
This was prepared mostly over the last week to 10 days.
And let me ask you why the last week to 10 days, just so I understand if there was a particular justification. I think I know what it's going to be, but tell me.
Well, I'm not sure when this map was initially prepared, the moon memo, when that came out.
Yeah, I
so
think that
it-
was made available to the parties approximately August 9th is when it surfaced. So
Yeah, so this
uh,
wasn't even available until August 9th, so it would have been
Your
hard to
Honor.
work on it without having it available.
yes, Ms. Schimmelfennig.
Yeah, if I may respond briefly, this map is an amendment showing the removal of 13 turbines. However, the exact same map, obviously with those 13 turbines in it, was available in the application for site certification as figure 2.3-1 on page 2-19 of the updated application for site certification. So the witness has had and been able to do this analysis since the application was initially submitted.
I understand. I understand the applicant's position. Mr. Ramber, do you want to give me TCC's position besides the questions I've already asked Mr. Apostle for background?
This exhibit was prepared in response to the Moon memo received on August 9, and to the contentions made in the Moon memo that there was significant mitigation of the project based upon the changes that were made. So this memo was produced to address those issues and to address the kind of contentions in the Moon memo.
If I may.
Well, no, with all due respect to Tom Petty, we're all having full moon fever. It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if I may ask a question of Mr. Apostle, you have reviewed the Moon memo and you reviewed the turbines, the 13 turbines that were removed as shown on page 1 of Exhibit 5906. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that the deletion of the turbines that are shown on the map of 5906 will significantly reduce or mitigate the visual impact of the project?
It will not significantly reduce impacts, no.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Ramber, thanks for the background on reintroducing this exhibit. It's been admitted. In fairness, then, Ms. Schimmelfennig, if you have any additional cross-exam or any cross-exam, I guess, for the witness, now would be the time.
Your Honor, may we request the opportunity to submit supplemental written testimony from our expert Bryn Guthrie after she has the time to review this exhibit in full, since we did not receive this until after 5 p.m. yesterday?
You may offer it, whether I will allow it. We'll see. At some point, we have to cut things off. And again, with the Moon memo, my interest in admitting this is how much it's been mentioned in the adjudication. And I think the council members would like to know as much as possible and allow Tri-Cities Cares to make their arguments on these visual impacts. It's the main aspect of their case. If we need that supplemental testimony, we'll, subject to objection, I'll make a ruling on it, but it may not come in time for tomorrow's hearing. There may be a supplemental hearing mid-September, but you can make a written motion in between. And I'll allow the normal response time of, I think it was 4 business days on those motions to allow TCC to respond. Ms.
Okay.
Volkers, I see you might have an additional question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a question now, trying to also digest this information. And we have talked about the Moon memo a lot, Mr. Apostle. And I guess first, if I could, I don't know how much you've watched the hearing. So my name is Shona Volkers, and I am representing Yakima Nation in this adjudication. Knowing that this memo has been discussed on other impacts that have been raised, I would like to better understand the reason for your answer of no, in terms of why you, I think what I heard, but I want to make sure I caught it, was that this map supports that answer, that no, there's not a reduction in visual impacts from the Moon memo. But could you better explain, or maybe go into a little more explanation of why, please?
Yeah, sure. So there is a slight reduction in visual impact in the northwest corner, where I believe some turbines were removed. And but the problem is that the number of turbines in view and the close proximity of those turbines to most of the viewers, and I'm primarily talking about those to the north of the project in the Tri-City areas. Proximity and number and the extent of the project viewed along the ridgeline, none of that changes. The removing 12 or 13 turbines in a couple of pockets really doesn't change the big picture at all. So it has some minor value from a couple of viewpoints, but that's about it. It's just not nearly enough to get the job done.
And I don't know if this happened in closed record or open record, but I'll represent to you that, and I believe it was closed record, that Yak Nation's archaeologists testified on Monday that the turbine removals that are shown here do not impact or lessen the impact of the project's detrimental harm to traditional cultural properties that she identified. So when you say there was a slight reduction in impacts on the northwest corner, is it fair to say, though, that you're not speaking about reduction to harm of Yakama Nation's cultural properties in your answer?
Correct. Yeah, I'm not speaking to those properties. I'm speaking about the view primarily from Benton City, which is up in that northwest corner. I think there's some benefit to removing those turbines that are close to Benton City for viewers in Benton City.
Okay, thank you for indulging those additional questions.
Great.
Nothing further from me right now, Your Honor.
Chair Drew, council members, any questions for Dean Apostle?
I have a question. Just looking at the map, I'm thinking about how it was developed, and is it like as the bird flies 2 miles?
Yes.
So
Yes.
the land formations that are up on the hill didn't affect where you drew your 2 mile line?
No, it was strictly a distance zone. However, the land formations, they are correspondent to some extent with the front row of turbines is along the escarpment, and the back row of turbines is on the flat area further back.
Okay, thank you.
We have Stacy Brewster, and then Lenny Young also has some questions. Councilmember Brewster, you're on mute. If you want to come off, we'll get your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Apostle. My question is, you mentioned that the removal of the approximately 13 turbines was not significantly impacting the visual impact. Can you tell me what it would take? What, in your opinion, how many turbines would need to be removed and where?
So, yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because that gets to one of the reasons we did this map and why we zoned it the way we did front to back, is my theory of design and visual impact on this project, consistent with other projects that I've worked on, is that the closer turbines to the observer are the ones that are the biggest problem from a visual impact standpoint. And so what we were trying to do was layer the project. I'll call it front to back. What I mean by front to back is north to south. We were trying to layer it in a way that we could model it. We could do a visual model similar to the simulations that Ms. Guthrie's team did. And then look at it and say, well, what happens if you take out the closest turbines to the observer? So those for example, in zone 1, I think there were 60 or so in that zone, the green zone. If you take those out and then you look at it from the same viewpoints, what happens? Does it improve? Does it markedly improve the visual impact, lessen the visual impact? And then if that's not sufficient, what happens if you also remove those in zone 2? And then we didn't think we'd ever get to zone 3, but we actually did do some modeling there as well. And so we have done some modeling, we have looked at it. And so we've used this map as a guide for that purpose. Does that answer your question?
I understand the modeling and how the map works. I'm wondering if you came to a determination as to, say, in zone 1, of the number of turbines left, would you remove all of them? Would you remove the first row of them? What sort of decrease in turbines would it take for TCC to feel the impact is lessened significantly?
I understand. So we did not kind of do it turbine by turbine or row by row. We did it zone by zone. So we took a look at what it looks like now with all the turbines in the view, except for those 13 that were removed. And then we removed those in the first zone, which I think, Rick, if you scroll down to the table, I can see the number.
Want the table, Dean?
Keep going.
Here?
Yeah, right there. Stop there. So that was 57. That's 57 turbines in that first zone, which is about 24.7% of the total of 231. So we said, well, what happens if you take those 57 out and then you relook at it from, we used 4 key viewpoints that we were looking at, which gave us a kind of a east to west range, so we could see the entire ridge line from these 4 viewpoints. And I think if the question is, was that sufficient to reduce the visual impact to a level that I would consider acceptable, I'd say no. We weren't able to do, we didn't achieve that with that first group of reductions. Then we tried the second group of reductions, the blue zone, and surprised me that we still didn't achieve it, at least from 2 of the 4 viewpoints were still very high impacts. Particularly Badger Mountain is a real difficult one because the viewers on top of Badger Mountain, their eye level is about where the elevation of the top of the ridge is, and you just see so many turbines from Badger Mountain, and you see them all the way to the back of the project. It looks like, and so
Dean,
it's very difficult to mitigate.
Dean, can I interrupt you? Just showing here on 5906, RV5 is Badger Mountain. That's what you're referring to in your testimony? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. And I believe also the view.
I would like to object at this time. This is extensive new testimony, and we have not had the opportunity to review these maps, present our side of the story and our response. And frankly, this is inappropriate information to put before the council at this time because it is Mr. Apostle's own subjective testimony about the types of turbines that should or should not be removed. I just wanted to state our objection on the record.
I'll note your objection. I'm going to allow him to answer Councilmember Brewster's question. She's interested in this, and I think the council is significantly interested in the impacts of view for the scope and scale of this project, and that's what Mr. Apostle's here for. I know that the applicant only got this map last night in preparation for today's cross-exam. Your objection's noted, but the council will have to give appropriate weight. As I said, if the applicant needs to supplement its testimony for any reason, that motion can be made, and we'll get an appropriate ruling on it as time allows.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Was I done answering? I can't remember.
Mr. Brewster, did you need him to further elaborate on how the map was created and the other viewpoints that are hypothesized here?
No, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Councilmember Young's question.
Thank you, Mr. Apostle. My name is Lenny Young, and I represent the State Department of Natural Resources on FSEC. And I have the same question for you that I posed to Ms. Guthrie. Why is it important to do this type of analysis as part of an evaluation of a project of this nature? And how can changes in what people see affect them or their daily lives?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I could probably talk all day on that, so I'm going to try and find a way to keep it short and sweet. There are a number of, so my expertise in visual resources dates back to my work with the Forest Service, and the Forest Service pioneered a lot of the visual impact analysis work in this country. And over the years, they sponsored a lot of different studies, a lot of academic studies. And there are just a lot of ways that visual resources affect people's lives. And some of those are very obvious. If people go on vacation to the Grand Canyon to enjoy the view, or they go to Yellowstone, or they go to the Columbia Gorge National Scenic Area. Others are closer to home. One of the councilmen, it might have been you, Mr. Young, mentioned about Portland and the West Hills and the river and the visual qualities there and how those might be disrupted by a project. So when, unfortunately, over the years, people have tended to kind of brush off visual impacts as just merely subjective, somebody's opinion, not that big a deal. It's not the same as a wildlife impact or a water impact. But these visual impacts have physiological impacts on people. They can raise blood pressure. I mean, the site of a natural area versus the site of an industrial area. There's been studies done that show that blood pressure is raised when you go from one to the other. And their healing is faster. There's been hospital studies done where people had views out their windows of gardens. People with the same disease had views of a brick wall. The ones with the views of gardens, this was at University of Texas, the ones with the views of gardens healed faster. There's a whole movement in the hospital industry about healing gardens based on that original research. People are more creative when they see scenes that they enjoy. Their creativity goes up. Of course, real estate values have been talked about elsewhere. Those are tied to scenery. Sense of well-being. These are all very important things, and people do want to preserve local views. They're not always successful in doing that, and but people make an effort. And sometimes counties like Benton County recognize they have resources that they should protect, but they don't necessarily take all the steps necessary to get those protected. And I think that's one of the things that happened here is there's an obvious scenic resource, which is the ridgeline that borders the entire metropolitan area. And it's not fully protected, and so here we are. We're trying to deal with this project and find something that will work. Did that answer your question, Mr. Young?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry to ramble.
Council for the Environment has another question for you, Mr. Apostle.
Okay.
I actually don't have a question, Your Honor. So if anyone else has a question prior to me, I just wanted to join in the objection. I had my hand up prior, but was not recognized at that time.
Sorry, I did see your hand come up, but I was out in a sequence that I was trying to follow of where it came up. Did you want to state any more about Council for the Environment's objection?
Certainly. I just wanted to join in the applicant's objection to the late admission of this exhibit. I do think that a late admission the night prior to this testimony is prejudicial and really introduces the element of surprise to the parties. And I would just join the opportunity to either provide, responsive testimony or to have this witness recalled for additional questions.
Understood. So we'll make a note of that. And again, if the applicant's going to submit supplemental testimony, you might coordinate with Mr. McMahon and Ms. Schimmelfennig for the Council for the Environment to do that as well. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Apostle? I'm sure that Mr. Aramburu apologizes for any last minute surprise, but as he's made abundantly clear, it's been very difficult to roll with the punches, if you will, and with the compressed schedule. Again, my ruling was I think this is information the council's interested in. As you can see, the number of hands going up. That's why I'm making the ruling I am, to keep the record as open as possible and as full as possible. If we need that supplemental testimony, we're starting to look at that question of a supplemental hearing date in the week of September 11th to the 15th. So that may be a time, Mr. Apostle, that you might be recalled on that Monday or Friday is what it's looking like. Ms. Volkers, I see you have your hand up, and then I'll come back to Councilmember Levitt.
Thank you, Your Honor. While I don't understand this discussion this morning to be inconsistent with anything that Mr. Apostle submitted in his written testimony, if he is recalled, then we will also be asking for time for any additional questions that we might have after reviewing, especially this second page of the admitted exhibit. So I just wanted to note that as we're scheduling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Levitt?
Yes, hopefully these questions are fast. So I'm Eli Levitt. I'm Ecology's council member to FSAC. Could you briefly, just very briefly summarize how your methods would differ if you were able to do this analysis on behalf of the applicant or another party?
Well, good question. So it's I'll start with it. It all depends on the applicants, what the applicant's trying to achieve, and then what they ask you to do. But my approach wouldn't change. It's I would be trying to find a design of the turbine layout that achieves a visual quality impact level that is less than high. So I'll at least get down to the moderate level of impact, which many people could probably live with. There would still be some impact, but they could live with it. And so I would want to reconfigure the turbines in particular, because the solar panels don't have much of any visual impact. The power lines don't appear to have much of any visual impact, but the turbines do. And so that's where I would focus the issue, is on the turbine layout. And I would work with the engineers who are expertise in turbine placement and see what can be done to reconfigure, where they are, find out which ones are the most egregious. Can we move those elsewhere? And if we can't, and we get into removals, which ones should we start with as far as removals? Then build a visual model that shows what it looks like. So if I take out 10 turbines or 20 turbines, however many, or move them, then let's take a look at it. And let's say, do we meet the visual objective of getting it down into a moderate level of impact? If that doesn't work, you go to the next layer. Maybe there's another 10 or 20 that are the next most egregious. You pull them out, or push them to the back, or push them somewhere else, and you try it again. And you just keep doing it until you get to the point where, from all the key viewpoints, you've achieved a moderate level of impact. And like I've said, the most difficult place to do that from is going to be Badger Mountain. But for most of the other viewpoints where you're down lower and you're looking up, you don't see as many turbines. The possibility certainly exists to reach a point where you could get to a moderate level of impact. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And would you do anything differently when it comes to involving stakeholders in assessing the viewpoints?
Yes, for sure. The best way to do this is to have the stakeholders decide whether it's reached an acceptable level of impact or not. It's not to have me do it, not to have Ms. Guthrie do it, not to have SWCA do it, but to have the people who are going to be looking at it every day, have them do it. And so that involves structuring your public involvement and outreach in a way that goes out to those communities, finds a comfortable setting for them, either takes them into the field to their preferred viewpoints and then models it from there, or the nearest possible viewpoint to what they might prefer. Because there could be, there could be an infinite number of viewpoints in a metropolitan area this big. And so for practical reasons, you do need representative viewpoints. But yeah, you have to talk to those people who have been left out and ask them what's important to them, where is it important, how do they feel about what it looks like under this scenario, this scenario, this scenario. You can't just hand them take it or leave it proposition.
Is it fair to say you have decades of experience doing visual impact assessments in different places?
Yeah, dating to 1986.
And given your decades of professional experience, do you think the applicant and Tetra Tech methodologies were robust in nature?
They're reasonably robust in doing the assessment of the impact. What they completely left out is any attempt at mitigation beyond the 13 turbines that recently were removed. And those, as Ms. Guthrie's testimony today pointed out, they weren't even consulted. I mean, the visual impact specialists on this team were not even consulted about those 13 turbines. They may have identified a different 13 turbines or a different 20 turbines and say, these are more problematic visually. But apparently, from what I heard today, if I heard it right, they weren't even asked. And so, while their assessment is good enough, I mean, it's got problems, which is in my written testimony, points out the problems, especially with the simulations. It's good enough to understand that the impacts here are very high.
You mentioned your methodologies with stakeholders would be different. What would you do to ensure that leaders of different groups were invited to participate in your visual impact assessment?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'm not an expert on public outreach. However, I have worked on with public outreach experts on all of my projects, and you have to have the right team and you have to have the right attitude to go out, and you've got to. I'm not the expert on how to reach out to, say, BIPOC communities, but you need somebody on your team that has that expertise and can design a process for reaching out. It so happens my partner here is a public outreach expert, and her approach is always talk to the people and figure out what works best for them. Don't just come in with your plan. Ask them, well, what works for you? Do you like to go to public meetings? Do you like to work at home on your computer and do it remotely? Do you want to meet at a park out in the field? Do you want to go on a field trip? I mean, you have to ask people how they want to be involved.
And from all the materials you reviewed to prepare for this testimony and your testimony itself, did you see anything that indicated to you that that was a methodology that the applicant and or Tetra Tech used in their approach?
Quite the opposite. Yeah, I don't understand really what they did to reach out. There's some mention of having some public involvement or community involvement in selecting viewpoints, but it's not clear at all who they talked to. I mean, I don't find it anywhere about who they talked to or why they picked those particular viewpoints. So I think there's a lot of work to do on that end.
Okay, thank you.
Get this
Thank
right.
you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Ms. Schimmelpfennig?
Yes, just one question, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Postel. I'm Ms. Schimmelpfennig. I'm counsel for the applicant. I just have one question for you today. Did you review section 1.12 of the updated application for site certification?
I'm sure I looked at it. Is it part of the visual impact assessment?
It is not.
No, then I probably didn't. Because that's what I focused on.
Thank you. No further questions.
Council members, does that raise any additional questions? And Mr. Rambert, it's your witness. I want to make sure you get the last word here. Was there anything else you wanted Mr. Apostle to elaborate on, given the council's questions and Ms. Schimmelpfennig's question there?
I do not intend to gild the lily. No, thank you.
All right, fair enough. Seeing no other questions for you, Mr. Apostol, I appreciate your testimony. As I said, if you might be recalled for supplemental cross-exam, it would be in mid-September, and we're coordinating dates if that's going to happen. To be determined still, but that's the planning.
Good.
We have
Thank
Mr. Polos as the remaining witness for today. I'm optimistic still, as I was this morning, that we can recall him, say, start at 1:15, and for all the scheduled time, complete our discussion of visual impacts with Mr. Polos before 4:30 today at the latest. So I'm going to adjourn this hearing now. The council members are going to gather in another meeting room shortly, I'll say at 11:50, and we'll take 10 or 15 minutes to go over some procedural issues and talk about the post-hearing deliberations that'll be scheduled once the post-hearing briefs are in. So council members, you've got an invite to that. Why don't we come back at about 11:50? Ms. Volkers, anything before we adjourn for lunch?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a note that I did email to all the council members as well as yourself. I believe to the council members, I sent it to the general FSEC as well as yourself and the attorney generals for FSEC. My letter, just in case this is part of the discussion, I wanted you to know that it was waiting in your inbox, the letter about the request for testimony by WFW. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I confirmed receipt of that, and it's been submitted to Ms. Bumpus, and Chair Drew's aware of it as well. Ms. Perlmutter?
Yes, Your Honor, to the extent that the council or yourself will take that letter up and the request in that letter, we'd like the opportunity, of course, to be heard before a decision is made.
If there's one made that's leaning toward in favor of that occurring, that will be necessary perhaps, but if the request is going to be denied, Ms. Perlmutter, I don't think you'll need any input on that. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right. Obviously, or clearly, we oppose the request and would like to have our say if we need to.
All right, I'll let you know.
Thanks.
All right, let's break for lunch. Council, I'll see you in about 5 or 6 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everybody. You can see we added another 10 minutes to the lunch hour. Hope that was well appreciated when you saw the slide back up there. And Mr. McMahon, I did receive your note that Mr. Polos will be ready at or about 1:30.
Correct.
All right. Going to make sure all the council members are back. Staff's just going to check the attendance list.
Your Honor, maybe before we do that, I have a question.
Sure, and they're just doing that on the side. Mr. McMahon?
Okay, and I know Mr. Arambers raised this issue as well, and I think we probably ought to figure out what we're going to do about it. There is a request for a battery energy storage system witness from Scout, and if that's going to happen tomorrow, we should probably figure out where we do that, and we'll make arrangements to have them available.
Mr. Rambrew can remind us where we are on that request.
Well, originally we had a supplement to the Cobus testimony. It turns out Cobus didn't actually write the supplement at all, and it was somebody else who wrote it. I've sort of assumed that we're not going to have anything on that time. I'm really not prepared to deal with that tomorrow. If you give me the name, I may have some questions for that person, but I've been busy today and I haven't really counted on that coming up at this time. So if I'd be happy to learn of that person and that would be available and then possibly examine the issue again and let the parties know if I really do want cross-examination. I don't think it's necessary for Mr. Cobus to appear.
Right.
I will, for the record, state an objection to the supplementation of his testimony because he didn't write the supplementation and he had somebody else write it. So I don't think it's proper supplementation of a deposition. So I would object on that grounds. And depending on how that turns out, I don't really think I have any questions of Mr. Cobus. So.
All right, so I understand all that. Your Honor, and you have in fact ruled on Mr. Cobus's deposition testimony. I am just simply willing to, and will do what I can to reach out to provide the availability of Craig Gustafson, is the name, from Scout to talk about battery energy storage systems and the fire protection issues involved. We could do it in September, or I could make Mr. Gustafson available tomorrow if the parties wish that happen.
Understanding that Mr. Aramburu may not have a lot of time to prepare for Mr. Gustafson, I would appreciate if you could send his resume out to all the parties and make him available tomorrow. There's no guarantee there'll be any time added to the schedule in September. So the council may have questions about battery energy storage facilities and the fire control issues that have been discussed. So I think having him available tomorrow, time allowing, will be appreciated by the council members, assuming they might have questions, Mr. McMahon.
All right, I'll take care of it. Thank you.
And Mr. Aramburu, if you have limited questions for him, understanding that you might have additional preparation time at a later date, I can't guarantee it, that September is going to be opened up and a new supplemental hearing scheduled. We shall see where we stand, and we'll address that some more in housekeeping tomorrow.
Your Honor, if I may, on housekeeping, a schedule follow-up to what was just discussed.
Yes, please.
It is our understanding from your previous ruling that if Mr. Kobus was to appear tomorrow, any questions would be limited to his supplemental testimony and would not be allowed regarding anything else, including the Moon memo. Is that correct?
That's correct. His deposition was taken. I know the Moon memo came to attention shortly after that, but again, that's mostly in the SEPA side of the house, so I don't really want to air that any further than it has been. So if Mr. Kobus appears and the council has questions, of course, they might stray from the battery energy storage supplement to his testimony, but they may have questions about what's in his deposition as well. All the other parties have had a chance to depose him, but the council hasn't. So I'll give them latitude to take a look at that deposition tonight. And if they have questions that are for Mr. Kobus they think is appropriate, we'll see what they are. And if you think they're straying into something completely different, certainly you could lodge an objection before Mr. Kobus answers the council's question. That's not that unusual that we have council members' questions objected to. I think in the old school days, Mr. McMahon could remind me, they used to hand them in on paper and we'd circulate them to the parties, and that way no one would know who may have made the objection. But with the virtual hearing format, that's just not how it's going to work. So people have to own their objections, and we'll see if the council members' questions could be reformulated if necessary.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, two thoughts. First is that if that is the limitation on our ability to cross him, then we do not have a need to call him for that purpose. And I'm hearing that Mr. Rambo does also not have a need to call him. So I would like some clarity on whether or not he even needs to appear if none of the parties are calling him, while of course reserving the ability to ask any follow-up questions that we may have to what the council members do bring out if he is to appear. But I think there's a threshold question here now about whether he even needs to appear. And I don't know we need to resolve it this minute, but we would appreciate resolving it before the end of the day so we can prepare for tomorrow. Thank you.
No suspense. He'll be presented. His deposition, he doesn't need to adopt. It's not pre-filed testimony. I'm sure he was sworn on the record with his answers already. It's been admitted to evidence. And if the council members have question on that piece of evidence, they'll ask him. He may appear and not have anything asked of him, as has occurred with a few other witnesses. So no suspense. He's on the schedule for tomorrow at some point. Any other questions before I introduce Greg Polis and his exhibits? I'm not hearing any. So good afternoon, Mr. Polis. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thanks for having me.
We're glad to have you here. I'm going to refer to your pre-filed testimony and have you go through the process of adopting it today and letting us know if there's any alterations or updates. I believe it's exhibits marked as 1031, 1032, and there are some cross-examination exhibits 5904, and 5905 that I think Mr. Aramburu will be going through with you. He may also have some questions, or Mr. McMahon might, about an exhibit that was recently admitted, 5906, that I'm hoping was provided to you over the last hour and a half, so that you might be ready to answer questions about that. So I'm going to have you raise your right hand. I'll swear you in, get them adopted. I'll have Mr. McMahon give kind of the 30,000 foot view of what you'll be adopting there. And then Mr. Aramburu has a number of questions. Mr. Aramburu, I think you've put in for 2 hours of time today. So at 3:30ish, 3:45 at the latest, I'm going to be putting on the brakes. So be efficient with the time you have. We might take a break in between for 5 minutes. So let me know when you think there's a good time, but around 2:30, 2:45, we'll want a 5-minute comfort break. And then I'm going to hold you to that time estimate of 3:45 at the latest, and we'll go from there. Mr. Polis, if you raise your right hand. Do you, Greg Polis, solemnly swear or affirm that all the testimony contained in the exhibits you submitted, 1031 and 1032, and all your answers today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. So 1031 and 1032 are admitted, and our records clerk, Ms. Massengale, will add that to the exhibit list. Mr. McMahon, a little bit of preview of what we're going to hear, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Aramburu.
Yeah, Your Honor, and I hate to say this, but Mr. Poulos has not reviewed and has not received 5905, which I think is the same exhibit that was provided from Mr. Apostle.
Yeah, I had 5905. I did not get 5906. I think that was referred to.
Correct. And given the rush of things and frankly the untimeliness that we've all talked about this morning, that has not been circulated to Mr. Poulos.
Why don't you send him an email now if you can? Otherwise, he's going to see it on the screen when Mr. Aramburu displays it. So, Mr. Poulos, I think given your expertise, as stated in your materials, you should be able to respond to whatever questions seeing it for the first time. If not, let us know if you at the break you need to review it before you have questions. We may do it that way. All right, Mr. McMahon, any statement otherwise about introducing your witness?
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't know if it's on my end or the party's end, but you cut out a bit there. And I'm looking at a not very clear screenshot of you, Judge Durham, and it may be on our end. So I'm wondering if others are having.
I'll try to look more clear, but it looks good on our end, and we'll go from there. What you might have missed when I cut out was just asking if you wanted to introduce your witness, and then we can turn him over to Mr. Aramburu so we don't take any more of his time.
Yes, thank you, John. All right, Dr. Poulos, are you out there still?
Yes, I am here.
All right, thank you. I see you now. Would you please, well, first of all, I'm going to preface, just a little bit of prefacing, Your Honor, and I talked to Mr. Poulos about this last night. There are issues that are in play and there are issues that are off limits as a consequence of the striking orders. So I want to make sure that we all are on the same page there. I think in play, issues that are in play involve choice of turbine technology, project size, and impact on surrounding projects. Issues that are off limits per the striking order or orders are wind resource potential, economic feasibility and viability, grid availability, proprietary data, and relying on CETA or other clean energy policy matters. So I did send that to Dr. Poulos last night. I think he's aware of it, but I just want to make sure this is appropriately framed. So do you understand that, Dr. Poulos?
I do, yes. I've got a list here.
Mr. McMahon, I think that's generally correct. I think the wind resource question might be as to the location of the turbines, but again, not to go into the economic feasibility. But I think where does the wind blow is a key question. But the actual studies and underlying things, it would just be a question of the motivation for where the turbines are sited. I think that's pretty obvious and should be a very small part of the questioning. But otherwise, I think you've adequately and accurately stated the outcome of all the pre-hearing orders.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure we're clear on that. All right, Dr. Poulos, I have your CV here, which is rather extensive. And I will ask if you want to punctuate anything in your own CV before we get going here. I think you're aware of the scope of the questioning here, and we spent a fair amount of time talking about this over the last couple of days. So I believe that you understand. If you have any questions about the scope or any issues or questions, you're free to ask them now, but I think you do understand where we're going here.
Yeah, I don't have any questions with respect to emphasis about the scope. I don't have any questions. And with respect to emphasis of anything in my CV, I suppose it's important to understand where I'm coming from. My background is in meteorology and atmospheric science. I've studied the way the wind blows over the surface of the earth for a pretty lengthy research career. And then I entered the wind energy business first. So then I've been in the wind, that was in 2007. And I've been in the renewable energy business ever since that time. So I serve on some standards committees related to wind energy resource assessment. Might be worth pointing out that there's an international standard that's being concocted at the moment that I'm a participant in and helping to define that standard. So deeply involved in this kind of work. And that's probably the background. Thank you.
Yeah, and quick snapshot of your educational background, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. Undergraduate degree in 1989 out of Cornell University in upstate New York, meteorology. And then when you get to graduate school, they change the name to something a little more erudite. They call it atmospheric science, and you study atmospheres of planets and various other things. I had that master's degree from Colorado State University, and after a brief break at Los Alamos National Laboratory, I went back for my PhD in atmospheric science, which I graduated in 1996 with.
Thank you, Dr. Poulos. And is it Poulos or Polos for the good of the order?
It's a Poulos. Pool
Right.
as in swim in the pool, Poulos.
Right, got it. I wanted to make sure we were all saying that correctly. All right, Mr. Ramber, your witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McMahon. Good afternoon, Mr. Poulos. I'm Rick Ramber. I'm the attorney for the community organization Tri-City Cares. And I have some questions today concerning your testimony. So let me start out. Rich Simon is going to be a witness for Tri-City Cares tomorrow. Have you worked with Mr. Simon before?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your relationship?
Let's see. So after I left the first job I had in wind energy, Clipper Wind Power, I joined VBAR, and Rich is one of the partners at VBAR.
And eventually, the two of you separated your business interests. Is that right?
Yeah, I took over VBAR in December 31st, 2015.
Okay. Okay. Now, I read your resume and other materials. So I'm interested in knowing your involvement in this site to begin with. When did you get involved in what we'll call the Horse Heaven site first?
Right. So when I joined Clipper Wind Power, that was my first job in the wind business, as I've already stated. They had a suite of projects already underway, and that included what is now called Horse Heaven Hills by Scout. At the time, it was called Columbia, which was a two-phase project that they had. And there were already some meteorological towers erected at the time I joined Clipper Wind Power in was that July 2007, I believe is correct. Yeah.
Were you involved in the selection of this particular site for a wind farm?
No, it existed when I arrived. It had already been chosen by Clipper as a project.
Okay. And were you involved in the layout of the turbines on the site?
Yes, yes. At that time, I was involved. I served 2 years in that position before joining V-Bar. And during that time, you would routinely get involved in turbine placement activities.
Okay, let's see if I can do this by myself. Uh, Okay, have I successfully shared the screen? Mr. Poulos, can you see that? Poulos?
I certainly can. Thanks. Yes, thanks. Poulos, right.
Okay,
Yep.
there we go. And there's some lines being drawn on the map, but do you recognize the underlying project here, locations of the turbines?
Yes, I believe that's one of the images out of either the filing or maybe the Moon memo. I'm not sure, but I recognize the general area, of course. Yes.
Okay, and I'll represent to you that this is the map out of the Moon memo, page 11, that describes the turbines and some of the turbines that were removed. So were you involved in the detailed siting of the individual turbines that's shown on this map?
Let's see. The best way to answer that is early in the process, I was our company as a whole, though, has been involved in that, working with the Scout internal meteorology team.
Okay, but did you lay out? There's a particular layout here. I'll just kind of hone in on the northwest side of the project. There's a bunch of named turbines here, and did you locate these individual turbines? 131, 132, 130, all those?
I can't say for sure. The last time I worked on the array was, I don't know, in the range of 2 years, 3 years ago. So I'm sure it's been modified by the Scout team and our other meteorologists on staff since that time. But it's of similar nature to what I'm familiar with. I would say for sure.
Okay, and it's my understanding that the Moon memo included, amongst other things, a removal of a certain number of turbines. Is that your understanding?
Yes, I read the memo and I see the green markings there that indicate the turbines that were removed, and I'm familiar with that.
Okay, and were you consulted with regard to the selection of turbines to be removed?
To my knowledge, our company was not contacted at all, and I certainly was not.
Okay, so this was a Scout decision as opposed to a Arcvera decision.
That is correct.
Okay, okay. Now, have you ever been asked to design a layout of turbines on the site that would minimize the visual impacts of the individual turbines?
I don't recall being given that instruction. There's some discussion of there was at times discussion of the far left-hand side of that figure. There's a ridge line that is prominent. I think that was excluded at one time. I don't know if it was exclusively visual, but there may have been a cultural artifact in the far left, upper left-hand side there. But that's the only recollection I have of anything close to what you're suggesting or asking.
Okay, so just so we get ourselves straight, right and left, sometimes it's confusing. We're talking about east or west?
On the west side, there is a prominent terrain feature. There's this Chandler Butte,
Okay, and can you see my cursor here or my hand, so to speak?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Okay,
That's
Chandler
the-
Butte is what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
there was
some
discussion of-
talk about, there was some talk about either a cultural artifact or there may have been a discussion once or twice over the years about the viability of turbines due to construction, visibility, et cetera. That's my only recollection, though. Nothing of the current array in particular.
Okay, and was there discussion about removing some of the turbines here, 200, 264, very, very northwest corner of the project?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Um, did you design a layout of this project that would maximize the protection of views and visual resources?
Did you say could I or
Could
have
it?
I
Could
been
you?
asked? Could you?
Yeah.
Given inputs.
Your
as
Honor,
to
I'm
what-
going to object to this. This calls for a question for the scout team. This is not within Mr. Poulos's area of expertise, nor has he testified that he was not involved in those decisions.
Mr. Rambrew, any?
No, I'm simply asking him if he was given that and given any of those responsibilities. I think it's a fair question. Visual resources. He does talk about visual resources in here in his testimony.
Well, let's not belabor the point. I think it's pretty clear. He said he hasn't worked on this since a couple of years ago. That's well before any of the amendments or changes to the application in any form. So I'll have you rephrase your question generally so we can move on, not spend any more of your time chasing after things he clearly hasn't done.
Okay, so I understand, I suppose that you, Poulos, that you were not involved in the amendments to the site certificate application.
Correct.
Okay, okay. And I have just a few questions about your testimony here, and I'm going to put it up on the screen. And just, were you able to see that, Mr. Poulos?
Yes, introduction and qualifications.
There we go. Okay, thank you, thank you. So I had a couple of questions about your testimony. Over on page 12. Let's go fast. We're gonna get there, Mr. Poulos.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm
there we
patient.
go.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. So page 12, lines 13 to 15. Sentence there, given the rather uniform dominant west to east or southeasterly wind direction or northeasterly wind direction. Expected the wind turbines would have a common profile. I've looked at the wind rows for this area. I don't see any predominance of northeasterly winds at all. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not particularly wrong. No, the prevailing wind direction is west southwesterly from 220, 230, or 240 degrees, depending on the meteorological equipment. And there's a small secondary peak from the northeast, which is what I was trying to refer to. It's actually northeast, but they're kind of like this: southwest and northeast. So that was why it was in parentheses. It's not the dominant direction, but
Okay, and you've had a chance to look at the exhibit 5904?
Yes, I saw that. Yep.
Okay, and you had a chance to read it. Do you disagree with any of the information that's contained in this exhibit?
I don't have any concern with the presentation of the Pasco Airport data. I think the interpretation of what it means for the way the wind farm would be affected is off because the Pasco Airport measurements aren't the same as the measurements up on the hills. So I don't know if that counts towards your question, but just the interpretation of how the wind farm would be impacted because
So
those winds aren't necessarily what occurs up on the hills. Yeah.
So you have some meteorological data that indicates this is inaccurate? The Pasco Airport windrows is inaccurate?
No, Pat, I have no doubt the Western Regional Climate Center has the windrows right, and what's presented there. I mean, I haven't gone and checked on their webpage lately to pull that data down, but I think that windrow is accurate for the airport. But in complex topography, wind directions vary pretty significantly, and because of the distance from the valley bottom where the Pasco Airport is closer to the river, and the hills and the irregular topography in the vicinity of the project, you wouldn't expect that particular windrows to represent the winds that would be impacted, would be felt, if you will, by turbines constructed on the Horse Heaven project.
So do you have a different windrows for Horse Heaven?
Well, I have access to the proprietary data of Scouts, so yes.
Okay, and that's not data available to us, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's related to the economic value of the project, so it's very sensitive information.
Okay, back to page 12. There's on this page, you are responding some testimony to Mr. Apostle, who testified earlier today. Did you happen to listen to his testimony?
I did not listen to his testimony.
Okay, but you're responding to his written testimony here, correct?
The written, yes.
Okay. Last sentence on page 12 says removing wind turbines that have been carefully cited on wind resource and other factors would only serve to reduce the energy production of the project, impacting financial calculations and feasibility. Is that an accurate statement for you?
Yes, it is. Yeah, the removal of turbines reduces the amount of energy produced, which affects the amount of money that would be generated by the project. So I don't know how it would affect it. I'm not running the financial models, and economics are, off the table for this discussion, but I do consider that a accurate statement.
So do you understand that the siting of the wind turbines and the number of wind turbines is all done to maximize use of the wind resource?
It's not quite that simple. Within a bunch of constraints, right? So there's certain landowners participating. You might start with a large pallet. You don't know which landowners are going to participate, and then you go through a series of processes and we get feedback from the developer that if we're helping design the array, and I'm talking in general terms with any development project globally, you get constraints. You might have wetlands, you might have environmental constraints due to birds, bats, and any endangered species, roadways, transmission lines, off limits areas that landowners just designate because they don't want turbines placed there for agricultural or other reasons. There's a number of factors that come into play, but within all that, once you've kind of bound everything, yes, then the the general goal is to maximize the energy production across the project.
I think your answer was rather general, but the location of the wind turbines in particular locations on this site was not something that you did, as I understand.
Yeah, not for a couple of years. I haven't literally put dots on a map or reviewed the dots in the map, other than reviewing reports related to the project. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, did you put the dots on the map before 2 years ago?
Yes, I did. Yes, and when I was at Clipper in 2007, I put dots on the map for this project. So it's gone through a number of years of development. Every time there's a new turbine model released that has desirable characteristics for a wind farm, you're often asked, and sometimes I would participate in placing the dots on the map. Yeah.
So were the dots that you placed on the map for Clipper the same dots as we have on the map now?
No. The turbine models were much different at that time.
And the Clipper project, I understand, was not the same exact property?
Now you're getting back there in history. I don't know if they had the same landowner boundary. I can't recall. It was definitely in the same area, but whether it extends as far east, west, north, south, that could well have changed, and likely did change.
Okay, over on page 15, statement on page 4, you're talking about Mr. Sharp's testimony now. And I'm reading from lines 8 to 15 on page 15 of your written testimony. And he talks about very cold days. And it says examination of on-site wind data, 5 years of data on the escarpment shows that the coldest 1% of days, the overall wind speeds are reduced by 10%. And I understand that that is based upon the proprietary meteorological data that you have.
That's right.
Okay. Now, I understand that that oftentimes during the very cold winters and cold spells we have in the Northwest, that there are multiple days in which the wind doesn't blow at all, north, south, east, or west. Is that correct?
It certainly can not blow at all. It depends where you are. So it's complex topography. So in those high pressure system moments where you get calm, clear days, generally the winds at elevation can be dramatically different than, say, felt at the airport station, for example. That's one of the times where conditions can be quite different. That may relate to why you're hearing different things about that. The meteorology is quite complex and flow in complex terrain, river valleys, hills, hot change in elevation varies quite a bit.
But I have looked at data, and I suspect you have as well, that comes from BPA that says how much wind production is going on a 5-minute basis. Am I right about the existence of that data?
Oh, I thought you were referring to meteorological data. Are you referring to energy production data from some source? I'm not familiar with the 5-minute production data. No.
Okay, but are you aware that BPA does keep track on a time basis of the production of wind energy in the Northwest and in the state of Washington that is publicly available?
As a whole, I actually was not aware that 5-minute data was available, but it's great to hear.
I'll send you the link. Yeah, Ms. Polis, thank you. The, so a couple of questions here about the project itself. And so I'm put up for your review, Ms. Polis, page 2-101 of the amended or the updated site certification agreement. Have you seen this page?
Yes, I have.
Did you help write it?
I did not.
Excuse me, Mr. Haram, if I could interrupt you. You're asking about information from the site certificate agreement. Are you talking about the application for site certificate?
I am, Mr. McMahon. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate it. Right. So this is page 2-101 of the amended, it will go up at the top, the updated FSEC application for site certification. Okay.
Right, yeah, I recall
okay.
that one. Yep.
Okay. Did you have a hand in preparing this?
I did not.
Okay.
And to my knowledge, no one in our company was involved either.
Okay. And there's phase 2A and phase 2B of the project. Do you see those phases?
1 second here. Yes, I do. I see the two phases. Yep.
Okay. And were you consulted about which phase might be the best?
I was not.
Okay. I wanted to ask you some questions about wind turbines and wind speeds.
Okay.
And I recall in your testimony here that, kind of looking for it here, that what goes on one wind turbine may affect the next wind turbine down the line. Is that a physical factor in wind turbine production?
Yes, yes, it is. If you're referring to what I think you are, which is generally referred to as wakes. In our firm, we call that now wind farm atmosphere interaction. But yes, each wind turbine reduces the wind speed as it passes through the turbine and leaves behind a wake. An analogy that's not a perfect analogy might be a rock in a river that interferes with the flow of the river, and you'll see the eddies and slower area of water behind a rock in a river. In the same way, behind the obstacle, the wind turbine, of course, it's spinning and it's a different physical process, also creates slower winds behind the wind turbine. It takes some time for those winds to recover to a reasonable speed. And so that's an important factor, not only in the energy production, but but that therefore means it's an important factor in the overall design and optimization of a wind farm to maximize energy production. You don't want the wind farm turbines too close if the wind is dominant from a certain direction in particular, but it really depends a lot on the site-specific meteorological data.
Okay, so I'm putting up on the screen Exhibit 5905 X.
Oh yeah,
which is looks to be a document that you prepared October of 2022, just recently, regarding long-range wind losses for apparently proposed development in South Africa. Is that a paper that you prepared?
yes, I believe I presented that in Cape Town at a wind energy conference. Technical.
And does this paper focus on downstream losses of energy due to upstream wind turbines?
It does.
Okay. And I understand from reading through this, and you're obviously much more familiar with it than I am, is I'm looking on page 3 of the document now, 5905. And this basically explains that wind comes in fast and goes out the other side half as fast. Is that an accurate statement?
It's not always exactly half. That was representative of a kind of typical value, but yes, it is slower behind the turbine as the wind passes through. That's how it generates energy ultimately.
Okay, so half as fast is a good rule of thumb?
Rule of thumb.
On page 4, you're talking about wind turbines getting much bigger. And I see we're not dealing offshore wind turbines here, although you were in South Africa, but here, onshore wind turbines 2019, is this about the one on the left there, the 2.5 megawatt turbine? Is that about what we're going to have up here on Horse Heaven Hills?
I believe approximately, yes. In the application, there are 2 sets of turbine scenarios presented. So it's not entirely certain.
And
yes.
Do you have a recommendation as to between those 2?
Well, that is a very generic picture. That is not sufficient information to make a recommendation on. It is just a piece of the puzzle. You need technical specs, and then you need to do a bunch of analysis to make that recommendation. But in general terms, I can't make a recommendation just on that picture that you displayed.
But I want to be more specific as to this project.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Got to go up just a little bit here.
That's fine.
Okay. Hope everyone isn't getting dizzy with all the scrolling around. So, Mr. Poulos, excuse me. Page 2-17 of the ASC has potential turbine specifications. Do you see that page?
I do. Yep.
And based upon your background and experience, is it more likely that turbine layout 1, option 1, is going to be built over turbine layout option 2?
It's impossible to say because it's really a commercial decision. Depends on a lot of factors that go into financial models that we don't run on behalf of Scout Clean Energy. So I can't really say. It could be, but I don't, and those could work. There's new turbine models that have been released now. So yeah, those I can't say without having access to the proprietary commercial financial model and the goals of their investment in the development. And that's out of scope, so we shouldn't talk about that.
Okay, good. Okay, let's get kind of focused down on turbine layout option 1.
Okay.
And there's a GE 2.82 and a GE 3.03 turbine with a slightly larger rotor diameter on the 303 model. Of those 2,
yes.
Which would be most likely to be seen, according to your knowledge, on this project?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right, we're back on the record, and I apologize. We had about a 5-minute, we'll call it a power outage for what we have today, where Microsoft Teams shut us down. We've now restarted the meeting. and everybody's had an opportunity to rejoin. We've got the full council back that we had before. And as far as I can tell, all the parties and participants. Let me just give a quick ask for any of the parties, if they see somebody that's not listed that you wanted in the meeting. But I thought I saw everybody come up in the participants. Let me know, but otherwise we're going to get started here. Mr. Rambrew, back to you, and we'll look for a break probably that we start in about 20 to 30 minutes if you get to that point, and then we'll come back on and finish the remaining hour of your time from there.
Okay, Mr. Poulos, before we were so rudely interrupted here, we were looking at page 2-17 of the amended site certification application for site certification. And I was asking you what the most likely turbine would be under layout 1, and do you have an opinion on that?
And Your Honor, that's where I jumped in with an objection, and so that means I'm probably responsible for everything going down because I was busy doing that. The objection is that Mr. Poulos has already testified to this. He is not the designer of the project. He does not select the turbine. That is a business decision of Scott Clean Energy.
And are you saying that he can't comment in his expertise what he thinks about that question? I mean, I know he's not making the decision. I think that was posed as a hypothetical, wasn't it, Mr. Rambrew?
It was.
Yeah, let's see where that goes as a hypothetical. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't want it to stray into any, economic viability questions, but I think it's just a what if, and he's talking about the turbine wind wake and based on the model. Is that right, Mr. Rambrew?
That's correct.
All right, so restate that question. Mr. Poulos, after all of this exchange, needs to know what you're asking.
What I'm asking, Ms. Poulos, is that under turbine layout option 1, would you think it most likely that the GE 303 turbine or the GE 282 turbine would be employed on this project?
Well, based on my experience, given the hypothetical, they're both quite productive turbines. So again, without the technical specs, those are both pretty productive turbines. So either one may come out ahead in terms of energy production and wakes, based on those detailed technical specs, again, which don't really show up here. The turbine power curve, the turbine thrust curve, the cutout wind speeds, the temperature cutouts, sorry, low and high temperature cutouts. So it's a more intricate question, but those are both viable options, I would say, for that generation of turbines. Those have both been available on the market for some time.
Not to be facetious, but in these selections, other things being equal, the bigger the better?
No, not really. Gosh, there's so many factors that come in there. Well, it gets into the economics, so maybe we shouldn't discuss, but let's just say the price of the turbine matters a lot too.
Okay, let's not go further with that issue. So I want to go back to your paper that you delivered. And again, I want to be respectful to you. I see in this paper and other papers you've delivered on this subject that you're trying to get people to use your new modeling that you have that you call wind parameter. What is it? Wind
farm parameterization.
Wind farm parameterization, and we'll just call it WFP.
Mm-hmm.
And are you attempting to persuade people to use the that modeling in consideration of wind farm locations?
Well, to some degree, yes, but mainly as regards long range wakes. So that refers to very distant wind farms that previously had been considered too distant to have a material effect. And so the wind farm parameterization wasn't developed by our company. It is part of a piece of publicly available software from the National Center for Atmospheric Research that's used widely in the industry by many industry participants, including our company. We happen to have distinct expertise in that area and hired a PhD student from a local university, the University of Colorado, to study the usefulness and accuracy of that parameterization for real commercial purposes. And we found it to be quite useful. The purpose of this presentation was just to relay to the folks that are planning to develop South Africa's offshore wind energy industry. There's no offshore wind farms in South Africa at the moment. About to be wary of these long-range wakes in the design and choosing areas of the ocean to pick based on the way the wind blows, so that there's no excessive adverse impact at long range. So that was the nature of that particular presentation.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 5 here, and there's a diagram here that shows wind turbines and what I take to be the wakes from those wind turbines. Is that what this simulation, I suppose we would call it, is designed to tell us?
Right. Yeah. So this is an actual photograph of an offshore wind farm in Europe, where they took some pretty spectacular pictures where the turbine wakes are kind of visualized by the fog being stirred up as it passed through the wind farm. Yes, the wind farm parameterization that we're talking about applying to wind farms, and we've validated against some real cases, is what I was talking about in the presentation, meant to capture not really these close-in ones. This is more of a picture of within a wind farm wakes. That's handled really well with existing software packages. The WRF WFP does a better job with very long-range wakes.
Okay, and this is an actual photograph. Can you tell me what the distances are between the turbines shown on this photograph on page 5 of Exhibit 5905?
Sure. Yeah, I think these wind farms, I believe, this is just purely from memory. I believe this is the Horns Rev wind farm, which is roughly 7x7 rotor diameter spacing.
7 rotor diameters, sort of lengthwise, and 7 rotor diameters. Well, here, let me do it like this. Between the two turbines is 7 rotor diameters.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess we can kind of estimate that by eye. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, maybe that's more like 8. But
okay.
Yeah, approximately. We can look that up or measure it on Google Earth if needed. But yeah, approximately 7 to 8 rotor diameters on a gridded pattern. There's no topography to work with there and landowners, so you have some flexibility in the preparation.
Okay, and
offshore. Yeah.
Excuse me. And the distance between where my hand is, the upstream wind turbine, and the second turbine downstream, do you know what that distance is?
I think it's the same. I think this is a regular grid of
So rotor diameter times 7?
I believe so. I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, we're not holding you to detail here. I understand that.
Thank you.
Okay. But let's go back to the project that we have
right
now. This project is laid out in a more or less linear fashion from northwest to southeast. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. In general terms, yep.
Okay. And and on the drawing, there is an arrow that says that the wind resource crosses approximately 5 miles and 5 turbine strings. Do you see that?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the modeling that you're talking about, the WFP modeling, was that used in any fashion for the Horse Heaven project?
It was not, no.
Okay. And what was there any modeling done down here? You're familiar
By
with
the way,
I
just a little correction. I just measured by eye. I think that 5 miles, which would be 10 kilometers, I'm sorry, would be 8 kilometers, is a little long. I think it's more like 4 miles, 6.5 kilometers or so. In any case, I get the point. Crosswise, the widest spot, roughly 5 miles, we'll call it, but I think it's closer to 4. But in any case, technical detail. Please go ahead. Sorry, you're on a more important point. Go ahead.
I'm not sure it was more important, but was there any? You're familiar with the Nine Canyon project?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
proximity to 47. Yep.
And is that generally in the location where I'm got my hand going?
It is.
Okay. Was there any effort to estimate the impacts of wake turbulence on the production in the Nine Canyon project?
Not by our company on behalf of Scout Clean Energy.
Do you know if it was done?
I don't.
Fine.
I don't.
Okay. Now, and looking at your materials here, I want to go up to just kind of where this line is, and we've got a scale on here so we can measure it if we want to, correct, Mr. Poulos?
I'm
Measure the
sorry.
distance.
One more
I
time.
said we've got a scale down here at the bottom. We can measure things if we like, right?
We do.
In miles.
Yes.
Okay. But we don't need to do that for this question. And that is, given the impacts of wake turbulence, would you expect the production of turbines downstream here to be impacted by the upstream turbines?
Yes, and that would be handled by the wake or wind farm atmosphere interaction models run during the course of energy calculations for a client in general, but overall, yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you the outcomes or the results, but to ask you whether that modeling was done for this project.
Yes, it is a standard practice in wind resource assessment to run wake or wind farm atmosphere interaction models. And it was done for this project by our company.
Okay, and when was that done?
I think the most recent assessment we've done for this project was dated November 22. I can look that up, but that's my recollection.
And do I understand correctly that that is considered to be proprietary information, not disclosable to TCC?
Certainly, it contains information that's directly related to the economic viability of the project from a third-party independent consultant, and we keep our clients' data private. So we couldn't share it unless Scout were to give permission to share it.
Well, they're not willing. But let me ask the question here. We've got some turbines down here, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah.
Would those turbines produce less energy in a southwest wind than the turbines that are upstream, 125, 129, 130?
You know, that's a great question.
Thank you.
It's entirely possible they could produce less than the upwind turbines. The upwind turbines are seeing wind that is free stream, that is, it's unaffected, except for something we call blockage, by other turbines, and then wakes are produced as you move from string to string or row to row, if you want to use that terminology, but as you move to the northeast, following your arrow there. So that back row, the northeast row, could produce less for that reason, the accumulated effect of multiple wakes. But it could also produce more for some kind of trickier reasons. The topography there is decreasing in elevation, but one of the complexities of meteorology is that occasionally you get acceleration downhill and downwind. So it's possible that while the wakes decrease the wind, the wind itself there is naturally higher, which produces an offsetting effect. And then there are other even more complicated atmospheric science kinds of things that might cause wind to, the term we might use is mix downward from above, higher wind speeds, and hit that back row at the same time. So I can't say off the top of my head for sure every single time. It depends on atmospheric structure and other complexities at any given moment in time. But it's certainly possible they'll produce less, and it may be a greater than 50% chance or even 80% chance. But I'd really have to do the time series analysis to really figure that out. But the average production could be lower.
Okay. Okay, now, and then, so also on the map here, we have prevailing wind direction, December, February, and I understand from the airport wind rows that that the northwesterly winds, Pasco Tri-Cities Airport, we have on the same drawing, northwest winds during the winter time, during December, January, February. You indicated some reluctance to use that data. Do you have any better data than that about the change in wind direction?
I would object, Your Honor, if he's seeking proprietary information here. The Pasco data, I believe, is the data that we have at hand.
I'm sure Mr. Ramber is being careful not to request any proprietary data. So let's keep the answer away from that, Mr. Poulos, if you can answer the question.
Sure. Would you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. Previously, you indicated some reluctance to rely upon the Pasco Airport data because of more localized conditions. My question to you is, do you have any better information that would indicate the prevailing winds during December, January, and February would come or not come from the northwest quadrant?
Let's see. So we have access to the proprietary data from the project, like we do from many wind projects around the world. And that is generally considered better information. Quite often airport data, especially in complex topography, is inaccurate. So not representative of what it would be occurring where the turbines are. So I think that indicates why I'm reluctant. And earlier in the presentation, I actually put my hands up and sort of showed what the wind rows really looks like. It's not like the Pasco Airport experiences. That meteorological tower at the Pasco Airport is 10 meters above ground. These wind turbines are tens of meters above ground. Their hub heights are 90 meters or so. It's in that table you showed. So there's a number of reasons why airport data is not representative of what would be occurring on site. And yes, we do have access to the proprietary data.
Okay, without getting into proprietary data, is it fair to say that the wind direction generally changes during the December, January, February timeframe from other times of the year?
Yes, it does. Not to the indicated direction, but it does change.
Okay, okay, we're fooling around here with proprietary data. So if the wind is really coming from the northwest, as shown here, the downstream wake turbulence effects that come out of your WFRP model would be useful in looking at turbines that are 10 to 15 miles downstream, correct?
Well, not necessarily. No, we haven't found that in our studies. We're testing it for that purpose, and hoping it will be able to do internal wind farm atmosphere interaction studies accurately. But we've only confirmed its accuracy once you're past the wind farm. So if there's a cluster of turbines that are all close together, our current existing tools have been validated in the industry to do well at that circumstance. So what you're saying, I wouldn't say is true. The WRF wind farm parameterization method that I described in that South Africa exhibit works well once you're well away from the wind farm, better than our current models commercially available from our competitors and ourselves. And then somebody got an update. So no, I wouldn't recommend using WRF WFP method to determine, for example, the wakes of horse heaven when the wind's from any direction. But if you were looking at, let's say there was another wind farm 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers away on the other side of the valley, let's say, you might be concerned with the wakes at that kind of a range and be able to calculate them using that particular method. Otherwise, I'd just recommend using currently existing known models in the industry that have been validated for that purpose.
But as a general matter, if the wind's coming from the northwest, as we're talking about here, these downstream turbines, location of the 8, 4, and 5, those would be impacted, would they not, by the upstream turbines?
If the wind were from the northwest, yes, that doesn't happen very often. But so it doesn't really affect the array design all that much. When the wind isn't too often from any given direction, you don't ignore it. You do your best to work around that, but you don't generally let it materially affect the array design.
Judge Torm, I am just about at the end of what I'm going to, I think I'm going to ask the witness. So could we take a bit of an early break here? And I think I'll be done very quickly after that.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take a break till 2:50. We'll come back, and Mr. McMahon, this will be your chance also to get ready for any redirect. I'll ask the other parties if they have questions, and the council members after your redirect. We'll be on recess till 2:50. Thank you. We're back on the record. It's now 2:50. Mr. Rambrew, did you have time to decide if you had any additional questions?
Well, as much as I would like to ask Mr. Poulos about the winds in Hell's Canyon and Salmon River, where I've spent many days on the top of a river raft, but that will be for another day. So I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Poulos.
Yes, I'm aware of your friendly association with the Columbia Gorge. That's just fine.
This is
Mr.
Snake
Poulos,
River
I'm
country.
Yes. Mr. McMahon?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Poulos, for your testimony. I'd like to ask this kind of blanket question. Do you feel that you were able to answer all the questions that were asked, or do you have anything to add to any of the questions that were asked at this point in time?
No, I think I got the points out that needed to be made rather thoroughly enough for everybody to understand.
I tend to agree. So I'm going to take you to this super cool photo that you have in front of us from your PowerPoint presentation. Can you explain kind of the difference between ocean conditions here with flat water and kind of the characteristics here versus a project like Core 7 with a lot of topography and terrain? Are you implying that there's kind of a uniformity based upon this ocean picture, or could you maybe explain just a little bit better about how topography and other conditions fit into this question of wake effect and how that affects the project without getting into confidential information?
Sure. And if you're showing a picture, I can't see it. I'm not seeing your screen, Tim, if that's.
Yeah, so it's the cross-examination exhibit 5905. I'm really just taking you to the photo with the
the photo.
That's
Okay.
what I'm taking you to, and I don't know that
Okay.
we show it again.
Yeah, no, you don't.
I'm in a helpful mood this afternoon. I'll put it up.
It's very kind of you, Rick.
There we go.
So,
Okay.
so yeah, right. No, conditions offshore, as you would expect, are much different. There's no roughness elements, as we call them. Vegetation, hilltops, terrain, canyon structures, rivers, those sorts of things. So the wakes tend to persist differently offshore than onshore for those reasons. It's actually an active area of research and discovery for the whole industry. But yeah, the complex topography tends to break up the wakes more or less. So undulations in topography, frictional elements like trees or other rough rocky areas will break up the wakes. So they're two entirely different areas, although the fundamental principles of calculating them can be addressed if you have a model that is sophisticated enough to do so.
Okay, got it. Great, thank you. Can you, I don't know if you're aware of this, but can you compare the rotor diameter separation in various projects in the Northwest and really kind of what impacts or what affects those decisions on separation of turbines? Not this project, but generically and in general.
Yeah, so the design of wind farms has evolved to some degree over the 15 years, 16 years I've been in the industry. But the fundamental principles were established long ago. So there were some, let's say, overzealous folks early in the day that were using tighter than expected spacing of turbines, tighter than optimal spacing of turbines, because the rapid change in turbine technology over time changed the way those turbines interact with each other as they grow taller and bigger. So the industry has moved to somewhat broader spacing over time. So the early Pacific Northwest wind farms tend to have tighter side-by-side and string-to-string spacing, more like 1.5 to 2 to 2.5 rotor diameters, and as small as that. Not all of them are subject to that, and 6 to 10 rotor diameter string-to-string spacing. Over time, though, that's changed and it's moved to a somewhat wider spacing, more like 3 by 10 or 3 by 12 or 4 rotor diameters side by side, and 14, this kind of thing, to help reduce those wakes and improve project performance.
Okay, just one moment, Your Honor. Oh, yeah, right, fantastic. Can you explain what you mean by string to string?
Sorry. Yeah, so in the picture that was shown of the dots on the map for Horse Heaven Hills, there's sort of irregularly shaped rows. So I call them strings because row implies linear. String, they kind of undulate like this. They're following topographic features for various reasons. And the distance between those strings has to be far enough that you're optimizing, well, one of the things you're optimizing is the amount of energy produced by the next string downwind. So if the wind's always from one direction, there's a longer distance between strings than there is side by side because the wind very seldom blows along the rows. So along the ROWS, rows, along the string or row, very seldom you get wind that way. So you preferentially put them close together, perpendicular to the wind direction, and you have a greater distance string to string or row to row. So a row of closely spaced turbines is separated by a much longer distance to another row.
Okay, got it. I think this is my last question. Topographically, does the wind tend to speed up, whether kind of heading up a hill or down a hill? And particularly, I'm curious how that works in a topography and terrain such as Horse Heaven, generically again.
Right, right. So in Horse Heaven, the wind tends to come from one direction the majority of the time. That is kind of 220 to 230 degrees. That means southwest, pure southwest wind. Not all the time, but in any case, with that wind direction, terrain features that are perpendicular to that wind direction can have acceleration downwind, downhill. So stronger winds can be measured and present just based on fundamental meteorological principles. And that is modulated quite a bit by the vertical temperature structure of the atmosphere. Common term for that is atmospheric stability. But in any case, in a situation like Horse Heaven Hills, you want to avoid areas upwind and downhill. So if there's a hill feature like this, you'll generally find weak, and the wind's coming from this direction, you'll find weaker winds going into the back of my hand here, stronger winds at the top, like everybody expects. On a ridge top, you expect it to be windy. When you climb the top of a mountain, you expect it to be windy. But there's this effect, which is common in meteorology. Downslope windstorms are caused by this effect. You get acceleration over and down the hill. Not really steep hills, it gets very turbulent, but nice smooth hills like there at Horse Heaven Hills. You get acceleration downhill. So you get some good wind speeds in those areas. So turbines can be placed in those. It's one of the methods we use to help improve wind farms.
Got it. That's great. And then just one final question. When you talk about 260 degrees, I assume you mean compass 260 degrees.
I'm sorry, yeah, on the compass. So southwest winds is probably the easiest way to say it. But yeah, 220 to 240 degrees is southwest winds.
Okay.
On the compass.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Poulos. Your Honor, I think I don't believe I have any further questions.
All right, I'm going to come to the council. If Mr. Ramber can take the pretty wake picture down. One thing while we're getting that down, Mr. Poulos, you kept referring to WRF, and I think that was the Weather Research and Forecasting Model. Is that correct?
That's right. It's an acronym placed upon it by the developers of it.
Okay. The court reporter and I were belaboring whether it was one R or two R's, but I think my Googling brought us to WRF.
That's
Okay.
right. And
Thank
WFP
you.
is wind farm parameterization.
Excellent. That will help with the transcript. Chair Drew, council members, by a show of hands, any questions? I see them going up already. We'll start with Lenny Young. You'll introduce yourself to Dr. Poulos and fire away.
Good afternoon, Dr. Poulos. My name is Lenny Young, and I represent the State Department of Natural Resources on FSEC. Appreciate this information. It's really fascinating. Do you think that your work is raising any public policy issues where long-range wake losses have the potential to influence the quality of the wind, if you will, that is available several or many miles away from the property where the turbines are installed on other jurisdictions or other landowners' lands?
I haven't gotten that feedback from state agencies or the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which governs those offshore wind farms. I had some a YouTube video where I explained the impacts on New York offshore wind farms, and so I haven't gotten that response, but I do think it's a very important issue for wind farm developers to be aware of. And it's becoming much more prominent in the industry. We first talked about it in 2021 in a conference, and subsequent to that, now some of our major competitors that are much larger companies than ours have come out with their own research validating it. So, or verifying the same thing, which is not to be unexpected. They were just doing it in their own way. So I do think there are implications. But to date, there's been no, I don't know, public policy modifications based on the little alarm bells I'm ringing out there.
Yeah, it just struck me that right now the focus seems to be on intra-farm considerations, but
Correct.
there seems to be the potential for inter-farm interactions in terms of sort of who gets the clean air. And how could a wind farm in one location influence the ability of neighbors up to a considerable distance away to have a viable project?
Yeah, that's exactly the point. And so you've got it. I'm glad you got it. I feel like sometimes maybe I don't explain things clearly enough in my public presentations, but to me, it's very obvious we need to start thinking about this more. But the the response from public policy has not been there yet. So
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? All right, not seeing any. Mr. Poulos, I like to ask this because it's such a key question for us on the visual stuff today. What's the takeaway, other than what Mr. Young just asked you on getting down in the weeds? What's the takeaway for all the council members today from your testimony as far as looking at this wind farm from various directions and considering any other wind-related issues?
Well, I mean, based on my experience with the wind farm for all these years, I mean, it's developed like more or less any other wind farm has that I've been around. Development takes a lot of twists and turns, and ultimately there's a permitting process everywhere you go. Some are different than others, and you have to get through that step, for a variety of reasons of subsequent downstream things that have to happen. If you're not permitted, you're not going to get a big loan from the bank to fund your wind farm, for example. So things have to happen, and some of the permitting process is a necessary step for every wind farm. So I don't see anything unusual here. I don't see anything unusual in the way that turbines were aligned, arranged on the topography. Generally, there are meteorological measurements taken, and those guide the energy part of the process. And then there are these constraints that come from a lot of different quarters, environmental, private landowners, and then ultimately the turbine models and various other construction costs are taken into account in proprietary financial modeling, which causes the developer to take it forward based on what their requirements are to go forward internally, make it worth the investment, as it were. So I don't see anything unusual here. Is the fundamental thing. There are many other wind farms or wind farm clusters of this size already operating in the United States. We're working on much larger wind farms than this around the world. on a day-to-day basis with clients. So that would be my main takeaway or main point, I guess. It's just been done the way I've seen it done with advancements over time, and here we are, so it makes sense to me.
And when you talked about the permitting process and the changes along the way, if there's a permit granted here, there'd be some other micrositing decisions that may move or eliminate turbines along the way based on the mitigation that would be required. And you'd have to re-rack and restack some of those other decisions for the company to do.
Yeah. So let's see. I think you're saying, well, what do you, I'm sorry, repeat it again? What is it you're trying to get at?
Well, you said there was the permitting process as it went. I'm getting to the tail end of the permitting process where if one is granted, there might be some other mitigation measures required. There might be some micrositing decisions to move things. From what I heard from your wake effect analysis, and then again, the economic viability that will leave for the applicant and the company to get into, the natural process of that would fit into everything you just said as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You respond. What I've seen developers do is respond, to challenges and do so as, in this case, I mean, based on the Moon memo, in a very neighborly way, kind of. There's some more aggressive developer types out there. Scout is not behaving like those. So I don't want to pass judgment. It's not my decision, right? I just observe the behaviors of many different kinds of developers around the world, and some are, different. So
I asked simply because I think the council members are looking at this now, and we're on day 7 of 8 in this hearing, they've got a lot of information. They've started to think about questions that are important to consider on their recommendation to the governor. Some of them come down to individual wind turbine strings or solar arrays. And I wanted them to be clear that they don't have to think about the economic viability. That's up to the applicant. They don't need to think about the wind wake issues. They need to say, well, this turbine is bothersome or not for any given reason, and make their decisions based on the topics that are in front of him, that maybe not the downwind issues, if you will.
yeah, well said.
All
right.
Yeah. All right. I just contextually, I wanted to put that out there as we get toward the end, as we're sewing things up. Let me see if the other parties have any questions for you before we let the afternoon go by here. Ms. Volkers, I see you on my screen. I'll ask you first.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have a question, but I did want to address something real quick.
Well, let's hold that if it's not for this
questions.
witness. Yeah, let's hold that for if it's not for this witness. Okay, Ms. Reineveld?
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harper, by chance?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, let me come back to Mr. Aramburu and then Ms. Volkers. I'll come back to you and make sure it's nothing that needs to be asked and answered while Mr. Poulos is with us. Mr. Aramburu.
Mr. McMahon asked you some questions concerning wake turbulence over water as opposed to over land, and I understand your answer to be that that the cool waters of the ocean provide a more stable set of circumstances, and wind turbine wake turbulence tends to go farther in those circumstances. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, I don't believe that's what I said. That may be the case. It really depends on location. Everything's very site specific because the meteorology of the globe changes in pretty fascinating ways depending on where the jet stream is, what your latitude is, longitude, whether there's a coastline, whether it's cold water, warm water. We have an El Nino going on, really warm water over there. That changes the stability of the atmosphere. So stability is definitely a major factor in the behavior of wakes. They tend to travel further when the atmosphere is stable and less far when the atmosphere is unstable. They tend to recover, I should say, as that half deficit behind the turbine tends to recover faster. If the atmosphere is turbulent, that is unstable, and it tends not to, that deficit tends not to recover if it's stable. So that's an expansion sort of what I had said. I don't think I said that as part of the answer originally, but that's clarification.
Thank you. So if we're in the middle of one of these Eastern Washington Tri-Cities cold spells with inversions, would that create a stable environment that might tend to extend wind turbine or wake turbulence? A
Right.
longer distance?
Probably, yeah. It will depend again on everything else that's going on in the weather, so.
And you've seen those rather lengthy times of cold weather with inversions in the Tri-Cities area.
Yeah, it can happen anywhere. Yeah. In
And
anywhere in the mid latitudes, I should say.
Mr. Young asked you some questions about the importance of assessing these wake losses downstream, and I just want to go back to your exhibit again, and I'm looking at page 8 of your exhibit, and this was your PowerPoint. And on that page is you say that the bottom line is that that the gap in knowledge can easily translate to billions of dollars. Is that dollars, ZAR?
That's South African Rand. That's the acronym for that.
Okay, and how much is that in dollars, roughly?
You just divide by about 20.
Okay, so lots of money.
To me, it is.
Okay, okay, and so you propose that to properly analyze that, you use the WRF-WFP method to analyze what those losses might be.
Yeah, I think the key is in that bottom line. First line, it says for long range external wake losses. So not for the wind farm cluster itself. The current models work satisfactorily for that, but for long range, yeah. So 25-kilometer range between these two in that example you just pulled up. So yeah, just to it's a nuanced clarification, but in our technical niche, it's very important to understand the difference. Yeah.
25 kilometers is about 18 miles.
Yes.
Okay.
15.5, I think.
Okay, you're better with head math than I am. And you've talked about, there were some questions about rotor diameters. And I think on page 6 over here, you talked about the rotor diameters for this project of your testimony. Get it into page 6. So page 6, 14 to 18, you talk about the rotor diameters to be applied for this project.
Yeah, array designs for, right. You're talking about that sentence right there with the dot.
Yeah.
That's what I wrote.
Okay. Okay, accurate statement.
Yeah, commonly, right. Yeah, we see some exceptions. In Brazil, they're still doing 1.5 rotor diameter side-by-side spacing, which is frustrating, but can't change everybody all the time. So, yeah, the more experienced, well, yes, that's current common practice, I guess. Best way to put it.
No further questions.
Mr. Ramber, at this time, did you want to move the admission of 5904 and 5905?
I would, please.
Any objections to those two exhibits coming in? I hope not, because I really like that wake picture. All right, hearing none, those will come in.
6.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Poulos?
None from the applicant.
So, Mr. Poulos, Dr. Poulos, I'm only disappointed no one referenced my favorite song by Kansas. So we'll just move along and let you go.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
All right. I think, Ms. Volkers, you had an issue you wanted to raise. And maybe now's a good time, so we finish the witness testimony for the day. Did you want the council members to be present as you make this, or I've got one other thing to do with them present?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just a quick, I just wanted to, if I could, just give to finish my explanation of not having any questions for Mr. Poulos. So I just wanted to say that, we, or Yakima Nation's not having questions is not a reflection of not my client not having interest in understanding how a project could move forward in a way that minimizes TCP impacts and still is a viable project. We just don't have information, to be able to really engage and remain concerned that information was withheld despite all parties having entered into confidentiality agreements. So while I do agree with Your Honor's point that the council is not, required by the law or shouldn't be under the law, making economic analysis about the project, they are going to receive a SEPA analysis that only has 2 options. And so I just want to be clear that my client remains interested in having a dialogue about responsible siting, location and design of this project and other projects. And so I want to make sure that my lack of questions was not taken as anything less than that. Thank you.
No, and I don't think that a lack of questions from anybody is an endorsement of any other sponsoring witness. It just simply means that there were no questions. I think that can be made clear in post-hearing briefs as well for any of the parties. There are so many issues in this adjudication, I don't expect each party to have questions for each and every witness. So thanks for that clarification. It helps put the council a little bit on notice of what they have heard or not heard. Mr. Rambrew, if you could do me the favor of taking that screen share down.
I do love the note here that says stop sharing, which is not what my mother told me.
Well, today we're going to play nice and not share for the whole time. That's just fine. Council members, I want to address one thing first. For tomorrow's schedule, we've now eliminated the need to recall Dr. Poulos, so that frees up another hour and 10 minutes that would have been at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to ask Ms. Reineveld if she thinks her witness, Mr. MacGyver, can be ready sooner than the 10:15 he was originally scheduled. And if not, we might take Dave Kobus, who I know is super flexible on his time and has been watching the proceedings. He may be able to go first and move him out of the way, and then take Mr. MacGyver. We'll find out whether council member Wallahy is available. Maybe we can set Jerry Meninick as before or after Mr. MacGyver as well. So we're going to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Just a question of which witnesses you're going to have first. Ms. Reineveld, what can you tell me?
Yeah, Your Honor, Mr. MacGyver is available at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ms. Reineveld. So maybe we'll start with him tomorrow and allow things to fall into line after that. He's been allocated an hour. If we give him an hour and a half or so, maybe we could schedule Mr. Meninick at or around 10:30. That might even accommodate a break between witnesses. And then Mr. Kobus, parties other, assuming that Councilman Wallahy from the Yakima Nation is not available tomorrow to fill any time and appear personally in front of you, are there any other witnesses besides Mr. MacGyver, Mr. Kobus, and Jerry Meninick? Ms. Volkers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to be clear. Mr. Meninick is available in the afternoon tomorrow. So that's the what I've confirmed with him, and he is holding the full afternoon, but I did not confirm his availability for tomorrow morning.
Okay. Maybe you can let us know in housekeeping tomorrow morning or an email tonight, the earliest possible time he's available. Because I think frankly, if we get a big block in the middle of the day, it won't be as economical with everybody else's time. But if he's got a commitment in the morning, I understand given what we were working with. So hopefully he's at or before 1 o'clock. If we can do that, that'd be fantastic. Mr. Rambrew?
Rich Simon is scheduled to testify tomorrow.
Right.
And
He is scheduled, and I understand his flight is either, if I'm reading my Alaska Airlines page correct, either 82 or 94. Those come in at around at or before noon. That was our bet a couple weeks ago, right? That flight would be on time. And I'm glad to tell you that both those flights today from Anchorage were on time.
okay, well, given the circumstances, we were having some real concerns and about his appearance and non-appearance and that kind of thing. So I would like some flexibility. And I don't know what's going to happen in September, but I would prefer not to have my witness get off even an on-time Alaska Airline flight and have to immediately come into these hearings. So if there's some way we can schedule him so he doesn't have to come off a 6-hour airplane ride, I would request that. But I understand your priority.
I have the flight down as 3 hours and 29, well, maybe it's 4 hours and 29 minutes with the time change. Maybe it's the other way. But hopefully the latest flight he's on gets in at 11:30. So hopefully by noon or thereafter, he will be in a place where we have a good quiet phone connection. But keep us posted as you hear from him tomorrow.
Okay.
So you're right.
Good.
We have Mr. MacGyver, we have Mr. Kobus, we have Mr. Meneinik as his schedule allows, and Mr. Simon at the whims of Alaska Airlines, and then possibly Casey Mack-Wallahy. So council members, those are the remaining witnesses unless anyone reminds me there's anyone else. Hearing none, it sounds like that's what we have for tomorrow. Let me turn to another question, Ms. Volkers. You sent and reduced to writing the question you had earlier about the wildlife biologist, Mr. Watson and Jason Fedora, and whether or not the council would benefit from having them available for personal testimony. We had a little bit of a consultation over the lunch hour with council on some procedural matters, and I had a chance to consult with Director Bumpus on this question. And after consulting with the attorneys general as well, I think the general decision, and rather than have you wait for a response letter, we could just take care of it here. I've been asked to transmit it. The council doesn't really think, FSEC doesn't think it's appropriate or necessary to call either of those wildlife biologists. That would be just the purpose of allowing for cross-exam of those witnesses. And they weren't sponsored as pre-filed testimony from any party. And I recognize there were some limitations made on the ability for Yakima Nation to delve into the SEPA process during the discovery depositions. But those depositions, and they're quite lengthy, I think one is at least 400 pages, are already in the record. And the council has access to that. And my understanding from reviewing the transcript was that at least 2 parties asked detailed questions and the other parties were present as well. So everybody's had a bite at the proverbial apple and had a chance to flesh out anything they wanted with Mr. Watson and with Mr. Fedora. And their testimony speaks for itself, and the council members will review it, but I don't think there's any benefit from bringing forward any friendly cross-examination to flesh it out. They're not anybody's witness. They are the council's contracting consultants and experts, and allowing them to be essentially called by a party after the discovery deposition, I don't think it would be fair to the other parties to have someone pull them into their alignment and say, yes, this is what we're saying Fish and Wildlife would do. And on the question of what Fish and Wildlife would do, if you recall, the statute allows those state agencies to petition for intervention, and they're parties of right. They're not even interveners. And Fish and Wildlife indicated by their absence that they're not taking a position in this matter as an agency. They're not participating on the council, and they haven't provided a witness to be called that can speak on behalf of that state agency. So for those reasons, I don't know if Ms. Bumpus is going to respond to your letter in writing or not, but that's the general ruling is that they're not going to be called as additional witnesses. The discovery depositions are more than sufficient. I don't think there's anything much more I can say on that, but that was the end of the discussion. If you have questions, I'm happy to hear them for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I do appreciate the verbal answer. I would respectfully request that we be answered in writing and that be clear who is making that decision and whether or not it is the presiding officer. So that's my first request. I do understand what I'm hearing and do appreciate having that response as soon as possible. I will secondly note that I would also respectfully request an explanation of how that is any different than having Mr. Kobus testify tomorrow on his deposition testimony when he was not sponsored for pre-filed testimony and no one else here is planning to cross-examine him. So I would respectfully ask for that explanation on the distinction that's being drawn there. And lastly, I would just respectfully disagree that anyone is calling them to take a position. Rather, we were wanting to call them so that they could answer directly. And I don't believe that we were the only party that wanted that to happen. We're the party that made the request yesterday. So those are my thoughts, and do again appreciate getting that verbal response and would very much appreciate having writing and understanding who made the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm simply transmitting the decision that was made by the council, and as I'm not under the APA, the presiding officer, the council is. I'm here kind of calling balls and strikes as best I can, but not the presiding officer. I expect you will get a written decision. I just didn't want you to have to wait for one. FSEC staff's busy today too, so that should get drafted in the course of events and be memorialized. As for the distinction for Mr. Kobus, again, it's a very limited purpose. He's being called back tomorrow to respond to new information that came up since his deposition, and it's a clarification. I'm certainly not aware of any new information that Mr. Fedora or Mr. Watson would need to clarify. We had plenty of other updated information and best available science from Mr. Jansen and from Troy Romig yesterday. No one raised any questions that made it any indication that those other biologists had changed their tune or had gotten a new study or some other late breaking news that would change generally what's in their deposition about this. Yes, Moon memo notwithstanding, again, that's part of the SEPA process, and they do have input for the final EIS, which is being drafted. So having them testify at the adjudication is, to me, different qualitatively than the limited purpose we're having Mr. Kobus be aware of things tomorrow. And frankly, there may not be any questions from Mr. Kobus. So we'll see what happens. Mr. McMahon.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just going to suggest perhaps in our our pre-meet tomorrow housekeeping session, we kind of determine whether or not Mr. Kobus needs to be called, will be called. I'm just hearing a lot of ambiguity about that. I mean, Mr. Kobus will be here no matter what, but I think if we can, kind of come to terms on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, Mr. McMahon, I only question whether I don't want to put council members on the spot right now to see if they have questions for Mr. Kobus. But that's probably, if no one else does, if there are no council member questions tomorrow, if they have a chance to review his deposition tonight, if they choose to do that and have questions, they may be redigesting things in sequence. So I don't want them to commit right now for what they might be reviewing tonight.
Perfect. Thank you, Aaron.
All right, Chair Drew, anything else for today that you want input on or want me to address before our last day of hearing tomorrow?
No, that's great. Thanks, everybody.
Parties, anything else for the council members before we adjourn for the day? I think we'll do our housekeeping session at 8:30 because there's a few other moving parts, and we want to probably also have Ms. Massengale's been giving us updated master exhibit lists each night. Tomorrow morning would be a great time for everybody to walk through the master exhibit list to make sure we haven't missed anything so that a complete record of documents can be admitted and we don't have to chase back after each other with a motion to admit something that was overlooked. So I believe Ms. Massengale's notes are pretty good about indicating what's admitted and when. So take a look, each party, at your own exhibits, including your own cross-exam exhibits, and make sure if there's a piece of housekeeping we need to clean up and get it admitted, we can do that tomorrow morning as well. I'll see all the parties at 8:30. Council members, I'll see you at 9 o'clock, and Ms. Massengale continues to be a genie on the spot. She's going to send that exhibit list out shortly. Everybody have a good afternoon. Thanks very much. We're adjourned for today.